Chapter 61. On one hand, he didn't regard himself as an outsider, and on the other hand, he seized the opportunity to ask for guidance. Yang Chen and Zhu Qintao immediately stared at each other, like tortoises and mung beans. However, this scene was witnessed by Yang Chen's 4 servants. They didn't know how many times they smacked their jaws on the ground in secret. Martial granduncle, I have been pondering alone, and I don't have any special methods. Whatever I see, I just think of using flames to create it. In the face of Zhu Qintao, Yang Chen was really not polite at all. He straightforwardly raised the question. It's just that sometimes it's only possible to be similar in appearance, but not in spirit. I don't know what the reason is. Master Uncle, please take a look. As he said that, 2 balls of flames appeared on Yang Chen's hands again. Then, the 2 balls of flame started a series of dazzling performances. Without a sound, the 2 balls of flame seemed to fuse together, turning into a fire stick that ran through both of Yang Chen's hands. It was long and round, but had the same thickness. The red flames surged within the stick, but none of them were able to escape the range of the stick. Immediately after, the flames turned into a square. The flames flowed smoothly on the surface. If one didn't pay attention, they might really think that it was a real thing and not an illusory flame. Then, the shape of the flames became more and more complicated. A treasured sword made of flames, a ghost head blade made of flames, even a table made of flames, a book, a jade slip, and even a burning candle. Shinda and the other 3 were stunned speechless, especially Helian and Gukun. They looked at the burning candle. The candle below didn't move at all, as if it was a real thing. However, the flames on the wick were still swaying slightly. Coupled with the red color, it was very lifelike. This change wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, the flame started to transform into a tree. Apart from the color, the tree trunk and leaves looked as if they were carved out of red jade. It was so realistic that even the folds on the bark could be seen clearly. If one were to take a closer look, one would even notice that every leaf, including the veins, was clearly visible. Zhu Qintao was worthy of being a Jian stage master. His powerful spiritual awareness did not miss even the most subtle part of the flame in Yang Chen's hand. When he found that the leaves were so clear, he couldn't help but be shocked. How could such a method be considered as controlling fire? It was simply using fire to create a world. The flame on Yang Chen's hand was still changing. After maintaining the tree for a period of time, it suddenly dissipated and turned into a house in the blink of an eye. This house was exactly the same as the alchemy room that Yang Chen was currently in. Zhu Qintao even used his divine sense to scan the place and found that even the bricks and tiles corresponded to each other. It was just that they were a lot smaller. The following changes made Zhu Qintao even more dazzled. The house suddenly shrank, and then many things appeared around it. Yang Chen's small courtyard appeared between Yang Chen's hands, as if it had shrunk many times. After everyone saw everything clearly, the small courtyard shrank again. Then everyone saw a corner of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa with dozens of small courtyards. With everyone's eyesight and divine sense, they could still see it clearly. After stabilizing for a period of time, the corner of the mountain villa shrank again, and an entire miniature 9 Earth Mountain Villa appeared in front of everyone. The 9 Earth Mountain Villa was almost several dozen li in circumference, but at this moment it was completely displayed between Yang Chen's hands. What was miraculous was that if everyone used their divine sense to scan, they could find that every brick, every tile, every stone, and every tree of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa could be found in the small area between Yang Chen's hands. Seeing this, the Jian stage master, Zhu Qintao, plus Yang Chen's 4 servants Shinda, Helian, Yuanting, and Gukun were completely stunned. What was this? This was a flame? Using flames to construct an illusory 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Could there be a situation more unbelievable than this? There is no need to mention Shinda and the other 3. From the moment the increasingly complicated shapes, formed by the flames had appeared, they had completely turned into idiots. Other than opening their mouths wide and maintaining a dumbstruck expression, they did not make any other movements. Even with Zhu Qintao's boasting of his jet-on-stage cultivation, having several hundred years of experience in the area of pill refinement and controlling fire, he still didn't dare pat his chest and boast that he could do what Yang Qin did. What was even more unbelievable was that all of this was done by a first-level qi condensation outer sect disciple. His cultivation was lower than any of the people present, including the servants, but he had done a miracle that no one could believe their eyes. Yes, apart from miracle, the 5 people couldn't think of any words to describe what they saw. If this kind of scene appeared on a yuanying stage master, perhaps it wouldn't be strange, but it just had to appear on the hands of a first-level qi condensation outer sect disciple. After the 9 Earth Mountain Villa scene continued for a while, it suddenly dissipated. All of the scenery once again turned into 2 small and trembling flames, swaying on Yang Chen's hands and returning to its original appearance. Without Yang Chen saying much, everyone understood how Yang Chen did all of this. First, he used the flames to simulate simple shapes, like a long square, then more complex shapes, then more and more complex, until finally he could evolve into the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa. The shapes that Yang Chen displayed one by one were the trajectories that he practiced. There was simply no need to ask. Was there still any doubt about such a superb method? At least in the eyes of Xinda, Hilian, Yuanting, and Gukun, it was already a perfect performance. They couldn't see any problems at all. A Golden Core Grandmaster was a Golden Core Grandmaster after all. Zhu Qintao seemed to think of something and began to slowly ponder with a frown. But how could he find an answer in such a short amount of time? Just recovering from the shock was already not bad. Martial uncle, you also saw that I can do this. Yang Chen's words sounded at the right time and gathered everyone's attention. Zhu Qintao's spirit was even more shaken. Maybe what Yang Chen found difficult was something he hadn't thought of at the moment. Although my flames can simulate complex shapes, there's one thing I can't do. Yang Chen's question finally came out. I can only simulate things that can't move, but I can't create things that can move. Martial uncle, do you have any way to solve this? Once Yang Chen's question came out, Zhu Qintao suddenly froze. His ears seemed to be shaken by a great bell, and his eyes immediately lit up. Then he sighed heavily. Yang Chen, compared to your imperial fire, I found that my hundreds of years of cultivation have all gone to waste. Chapter 62. The words of a jet-on stage master directly made Xinda, Hilian, Yuanting, and Gukun fall into a complete, sluggish state. If a jet-on stage master, moreover a fire attribute jet-on stage master, said that his hundreds of years of cultivation in controlling fire were all in vain, then what were they? Even worse than a dog. Hearing this, Yang Chen's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. He attracted Zhu Qintao's attention in order to hide himself under a layer of protection in Chunying Palace, and also to make everyone pay more attention to him, but not to let Zhu Qintao evaluate him like this. Once the sentence was heard by people outside, it was unknown how much trouble it would cause. The cultivation world was not entirely composed of good people. It was unknown how many people were jealous of the virtuous and capable, including Chu Heng. He was in Chunying Palace, but he was on good terms with the pro-disciple of the Taishaman and even fawned on him. How good was his heart? Furthermore, it wasn't like everyone was so calm and peaceful among the sections. The cultivation resources in this world were not so abundant that all cultivators could squander. This also meant that there must be fights between sections. And once a talented disciple appeared in some sects, if they did not pay attention to protection, it was estimated that they would die suddenly for unknown reasons. Once Zhu Qintao's evaluation of him spread outside, Yang Chen estimated that even if he stayed in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa every day and did not go out, he might still be plotted against. After all, he was now only at the first level of qi refining. At best, he could only overturn mediocre people like Shinda or Sun Haijing, who were at the fourth level of qi refining. If a master appeared again, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Even if he could kill the killer who blocked the way last time, it was because the other party underestimated him and did not expect that he would have that murderous move. If the other party really wanted to deal with Yang Chen with all his strength from the beginning, Yang Chen would have died long ago. No one spoke, and the scene was silent for a long time. Zhu Qintao seemed to recover from that kind of sigh. Seeing Yang Chen's face, he immediately realized what kind of trouble his words might bring. Without thinking about it, his face immediately sank. You didn't hear anything just now. You didn't see anything. You've been serving the two of us outside, right? As soon as these words came out, the four servants were all quick-witted people. After being servants for a few years, if they didn't even have this little insight, then they would have worked for nothing. They all swore loudly with their inner demons, and then they no longer dared to stay around the two and left. When only Yang Chen and Zhu Qintao were left, Zhu Qintao said excitedly, "So fire can also be played with like this. How did you think of it?" Of course, Yang Chen would not tell him that this was what he learned from the hands of countless important people in the heavenly court in the next 10,000 years, and also from a group of people like the Fire Lord and even the 28 constellations who specialized in playing with fire. He just smiled and said, "I also don't know how to cultivate. Chief Steward Shangguan said to train to control fire, so I used this method to train to control fire. I still don't know if it's right or not, but since Marshal Granduncle said so, it seems like it's not wrong." Wrong? Zhu Chantao glared at Yang Qin and suddenly laughed. "I originally thought that I would only be able to fool around in the Aurus core stage for the rest of my life, but after your demonstration, I saw the hope of nascent soul. I am not your Marshal Granduncle. You are my Marshal Granduncle." In a happy mood, Zhu Qintao's words were already very out of tune. The sudden surprise, even if he was a Jedon Grandmaster, he could not help but be shocked by this discovery. It was not like the demeanor that a Grandmaster should have. When talking to Yang Chen, he also began to speak indiscriminately. Seeing that Yang Chen had been smiling bitterly, Zhu Qintao patted Yang Chen's shoulder very casually and comforted him. "Don't worry, now only I and the palace master know about your matter, others don't know. Your qi-seeking pill will be the secret weapon of my Chunyang Palace in the future. No matter how many you refine, the palace will collect how many. Don't worry, if you want crystal stones, we will give you crystal stones. If you want contribution, we will give you contribution. In addition, the question you said, how to make the fire simulate living things, I don't know how to answer you for a while." Zhu Qintao did not proudly forget the question raised by Yang Qin. "According to my experience, there are two possibilities. One is that your current spiritual power cultivation is not enough. The other is that your divine awareness is not enough. You practice like this first. After I go back and think about it for a while, I will tell you." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Yang Qin nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, what Zhu Qintao said was exactly his current problem. Zhu Qintao was worthy of playing with fire for hundreds of years. Even with experience alone, he could see some things. Although it was not the most critical part, he believed that after Zhu Qintao went back and studied it, he would also find out the mystery. Many things were like a layer of window paper. As long as it was pierced, there would be no secrets. However, Zhu Qintao said that everything was confidential, which made him feel relieved. As long as he was not a genius in cultivation and only had a reputation for alchemy, the treatment could be completely different. No one would like to offend an alchemist, even in the demonic path. For those who might save their lives and help them improve their cultivation in the future, most people in the cultivation world would still flatter them. Who knew if one day they would come to ask for help? "What are you thanking me for?" "I should thank you." Zhu Qintao waved his hand and did not put on his grandmaster's airs. After saying that, he frowned and said, "However, how do I thank you?" "Well, how about this? I will accept you as my disciple and directly become my personal disciple. How about it?" These words made Yang Qin stunned. He did not expect Zhu Qintao to suddenly give him such a big gift. There were many benefits to becoming Zhu Qintao's personal disciple. If it was given to anyone in the 9-Earth Mountain Villa, it would be a good thing to reach the sky in a single bound. However, the problem was that Yang Chen's first wish after his rebirth was to become a disciple of his beautiful master. Grandmaster, this is against the rules. You can't break the rules of Chunyang Palace just for me. Yang Chen hurriedly found an excuse. However, he immediately thought that this might just be a delay. Maybe it was a problem that he would still have to face after reaching the foundation establishment stage. He could only say very honestly, in addition, this disciple also wants to learn something other than alchemy in Chunyang Palace. This was a tactful refusal. With Zhu Qintao's hundreds of years of experience, how could he not hear it? He did not force it. After all, a Jindan stage master could still be more open-minded. He chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then I will owe you a favor. When you need it, you can come to me." In addition, as he spoke, Zhu Qintao took out an alchemy furnace from his Qinkuan bag and put it in front of Yang Qin. "Your alchemy furnace is too bad. This is for you." Chapter 63. This is something I bought from an auction by chance when I was traveling outside. Although it is a low-grade alchemy furnace, it can just bring your fire control method to the extreme. Zhu Qintao was very satisfied to look at the alchemy furnace he took out and said, "I already have a top-grade alchemy furnace. You can just use this to improve your alchemy technique." "Thank you for the great gift of Master Uncle. It would be impolite for this disciple to refuse." Yang Qin saw this alchemy furnace at a glance. His face immediately showed a smile. He did not refuse and directly thanked him. Zhu Qintao saw that he accepted it easily, and he was also very happy. Compared with the direction he found for the Yuanying stage cultivation, a low-grade alchemy furnace that he could not use was a bit too insignificant. Fortunately, he also promised Yang Qin a favor, which made him feel better in his heart. The thing about the qi-seeking pill must not let other people know, especially the refining method. Finally, Zhu Qintao still told Yang Qin something before he left. He just saw Yang Chen's superb fire control method, and now he was anxious to go back to experiment and ponder. He could stay until now. It was already a lot of face. When Zhu Qintao had disappeared, Yang Chen's face showed a smile as if he had found a treasure. He carefully held the alchemy furnace left by Zhu Qintao in his hand and began to look up and down. The more he looked carefully, the more the smile on his face. He Lian quietly walked in and saw that Yang Chen was holding the alchemy furnace happily. She did not dare to disturb him and quietly retreated. The alchemy furnace, left by a Jedon stage master, could definitely make a qi refining first layer fire cultivator very excited. Yang Chen's performance was reasonable. No one knew that Yang Chen was excited because he found a coveted alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace in front of him, whether from the appearance or color, was very similar to an alchemy furnace he had heard of in his previous life. And that alchemy furnace was said to be found in the human world. The profound spirit furnace in his previous life in the heavenly court was also a great alchemy furnace. It could almost be said to be ranked in the top 10. Almost all the elixirs that Yang Qin had heard of, the profound spirit furnace, could be refined. This point, it was estimated that, apart from the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's 8 trigrams furnace, it was absolutely unique. Even the famous alchemy furnaces that were ranked higher than the profound spirit furnace have their own restrictions. A few elixirs could not be refined, but the profound spirit furnace had no such restrictions at all. The reason for this was a characteristic of the profound spirit furnace. This profound spirit furnace was not a top alchemy furnace from the beginning, but a furnace embryo. After thousands of years of refining and looking for various kinds of fire seeds, it became a top alchemy furnace. To put it bluntly, this profound spirit furnace was an alchemy furnace that could be upgraded, but the things needed for the upgrade were more special. In addition to some special materials suitable for the alchemy furnace, the profound spirit furnace also needed to absorb various kinds of fire seeds to upgrade. Now in the hands of Yang Qin, it was likely that the furnace embryo had not yet been discovered by the alchemy master in his previous life. This profound spirit furnace was also refined by a master, but it was only half refined. Because there were no better materials in hand, even he himself did not know whether his idea was feasible or not. So after refining a furnace embryo, he gave up. But even so, the performance of this profound spirit furnace was also a low-grade alchemy furnace. Holding it in his hand, Yang Chen scanned it several times with spiritual awareness and input of spiritual power. It looked like the profound spirit furnace. Suddenly, Yang Chen couldn't believe that he would have such good luck and get such a legendary alchemy furnace. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's hands began to tremble a little, as if a huge pie fell from the sky and directly knocked him out. But Yang Chen also understood that this profound spirit furnace at the beginning, in the hands of anyone who did not know the goods, it was just a low-grade alchemy furnace. Who would be willing to use the top materials to throw into a low-grade alchemy furnace? Who would be willing to use precious fire seeds to throw into a low-grade alchemy furnace? Needless to say others, the Jedon stage master Zhu Qintao. Didn't he take the profound spirit furnace as a waste and directly threw it to Yang Chen? Anyway, whether it was or not, as long as Yang Chen had the opportunity to refine it with top materials, or what kind of precious fire seeds were collected, it would naturally be seen. Although he could not be 100% sure, Yang Chen had already had 80% confidence from the performance of this alchemy furnace. In any case, this was also a low-grade alchemy furnace. Compared with the unranked alchemy furnace in Yang Chen's hands, it was not known how many times it was stronger. Even if it was a low-grade alchemy furnace, it could be classified as a magic weapon. If Yang Chen only had the strength of the first layer of the qi refining stage, he could not even control the magic weapon. He could only use some rune weapons. However, thanks to Yang Chen's spiritual awareness that was already comparable to the middle stage of the foundation stage, at least Yang Chen was now able to completely collect the profound spirit furnace, mark it with his own spiritual awareness mark, and completely turn it into his own thing. He had already got the profound spirit furnace in his hands. If Yang Chen could still let it become someone else's thing, then he was really a fool. Therefore, without hesitation, Yang Chen began to collect the profound spirit furnace. The powerful spiritual awareness directly wrapped the profound spirit furnace and began to engrave his own spiritual awareness mark in the core of the alchemy furnace. Although Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was already strong enough, but in the case where his spiritual power was still very low, it still took Yang Chen a whole day to do these things. None of Xinda's 4 people dared to disturb him. They also knew that Yang Chen must be trying to refine the alchemy furnace. Although they knew that the hope was slim, none of them dared to say anything. They just had some doubts in their hearts. They were all depressed, waiting for Yang Chen to come out. After spending a day and a night, Yang Chen finally completed the collection of the profound spirit furnace. When the spiritual awareness completely engraved his own mark in the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen could not even believe that he already had one of the top 10 alchemy furnaces of the future heavenly court. With a satisfied smile, Yang Chen happily walked out of the alchemy room. He couldn't help but be happy. Even when he was a great, principal golden immortal in his previous life, there was no such level of magic weapon in his hands. At the door, Xinda, Hilian, Yuan Ting, and Gu Kun, 2 on each side, lined up neatly waiting for Yang Chen to come out. When they saw him coming out, they were all happy, and at the same time, they were also looking forward to it. Yang Chen did not talk nonsense. He knew what they wanted. He smiled and said directly, "The alchemy furnace is good. By the way, the few of you, no matter what attribute, you can practice the Imperial 5 Elements technique in my way. Moreover, it is very good for practicing spiritual awareness." Chapter 64. Shinda and the other three were overjoyed. They were waiting here to ask if other methods, similar to Yangqin, could be used in addition to the fire cultivation. Although they all had a little idea in their hearts, they were still very happy to get a positive answer. Several people immediately determined their future direction of cultivation. After a simple rest, Yangqin immediately called Helian to the alchemy room. Now Yangqin's cultivation base was still low. It was impossible for a person to control the fire and add medicine to the alchemy, so he could only ask Helian to help. However, this also gave Helian the opportunity to observe, which Helian couldn't ask for. With the newly collected profound spirit furnace, Yangqin had to use this pill furnace to refine a furnace of qi-seeking pills to try the pill furnace. Since it has been decided to use this profound spirit furnace for the rest of his life, Yangqin certainly has to start taking good care of it. The best way to maintain the pill furnace, in addition to refining with better materials and looking for fire seeds to absorb, was to add more medicinal qi to the profound spirit furnace. How to increase the medicinal qi? A lot of alchemy was the answer. No matter what kind of medicinal pill it was always necessary to use a variety of medicinal materials. The more medicinal materials were refined, the more medicinal qi left by various medicinal materials would be, and the pill furnace could more and more balance the medicinal qi of various attributes, thus achieving the purpose of warming the pill furnace. Magic weapon? When Helian saw Yangqin take out the pill furnace, and then the original palm-sized pill furnace suddenly became a pill furnace with a height of half a person, she immediately recognized that this was a magic weapon, and her envious eyes did not hide it. Cultivate well. You will have a chance to have it in the future. Yangqin smiled and said nothing more. He just motioned Helian to start preparing medicinal materials. With such a big pill furnace, it could naturally refine more pills in one go. Yangqin let Helian choose 10 times the amount of medicine, and then held the ears of the pill furnace and began to control the flame. No way, the cultivation base was too low, and he couldn't directly use his spiritual awareness to control the flame and the pill furnace at the same time. He could only hold it with both hands. As soon as the flame appeared, Yangqin felt the strength of the profound spirit furnace. Even if the profound spirit furnace was only a low-grade magic weapon now, it was still a magic weapon after all. Compared with Yangqin's original worst alchemy furnace, it was simply heaven and earth. Whether it was the control of the flame or the amount of the flame, using the profound spirit furnace was several times better than the original alchemy furnace. Even Yangqin had a feeling that this alchemy furnace and himself had a kind of flesh and blood connection, and it could know what he wanted to do. One by one, the herbs were added in, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into medicinal liquid. After that, the medicinal liquid began to condense along the spiral structure of the flame. Everything was the same as the original concoction process. The only difference was that the amount of medicinal liquid had increased by 10 times. However, Yangqin did not seem to be straining at all. 2 hours later, a total of 1,000 qi-seeking pills were collected by Yangqin using the pill collecting technique. The whole process was very smooth. Yangqin did not delay time. He didn't have a good way to get the sect contribution before. Now that Zhu Qintao had left a word, he could exchange it for crystal stones or contribution points. Yangqin directly took the newly refined medicinal pill and went straight to the medicinal hall of the Nine Earth Villa, and then let all the medicinal hall disciples exchange it for the sect contribution points. Zhu Qintao was very generous, and it may also be related to the attention of the palace master. Originally 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a contribution point. Now, Zhu Qintao directly let Yangqin exchange a qi-seeking pill for a contribution point. It must be known that the qi-seeking pill was refined with ordinary medicinal materials, and the cost was negligible. 1,000 contribution points. Yangqin did not waste any of them. All of them were handed over to the Scriptures Pavilion in exchange for reading time in the Scriptures Pavilion. In the following days, apart from performing one cycle of cultivation at a fixed time every day, Yang Chen always stayed in the scriptures pavilion. In the previous life, Yang Chen's cultivation of fire attribute methods was already unparalleled in this world. However, Yang Chen did not have a deep understanding of the other attributes. He only had a general understanding during battle, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Chen could not master one method and could only first look for help from the sect's ancient records. Although the scriptures pavilion of the Nine-Earth Villa was only prepared for Qi condensation disciples, it had a large number of ancient records. Just the various methods suitable for this period, there were no less than several hundred types. Adding on the experience and lessons of countless predecessors, just the ancient records on cultivation already numbered close to 10,000 jade slips. If one also counted the various classifications such as pill refining, tool refining, talisman techniques, formation knowledge, and so on, just the scriptures pavilion of the Nine-Earth Villa of the Chunying Palace had no less than 100,000 jade slips. Generally, after Qi condensation disciples entered the scriptures pavilion, they would look for the things they needed according to the different categories. Usually, they would find a suitable method, then find the corresponding cultivation experience and lessons for this method, and then they would give up. To be like Yang Chen, carefully studying every single jade slip was simply unprecedented. Countless people looked at Yang Chen's stupidity and shook their heads in silence. Many people took joy in his misfortune, but not many people warned Yang Chen. They seemed to be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Chu Hong naturally knew of Yang Chen's actions in the scriptures pavilion and almost instantly determined Yang Chen's goal. Yang Chen definitely did not want to ask this disciple about cultivation, so he wanted to go to the scriptures pavilion to find the answer. Chu Hong sneered in his heart. Without someone to teach him step by step, did he really think that cultivation was so simple? However, Yang Chen's behavior also made Chu Hong completely put down his guard. A disciple of the first level of Qi condensation, staying in the scriptures pavilion every day instead of cultivating, how much future could he have? There was no need to suppress him at all. He read so many messy ancient books, naturally he would cripple himself. A first level of Qi condensation wanted to specialize in many things. Who did Yang Chen think he was? A Jindan stage master? Yang Chen did not care about everyone's opinion. Every day, he eagerly looked at the ancient books of these predecessors. With his experience as a great principal golden immortal, he could naturally distinguish which was right and which was wrong. Soon he had a more intuitive understanding of the other 5 elements. All day in the scriptures pavilion, the contribution to the sect was not enough. Yang Chen went to refine a furnace of qi-seeking pills, which was enough for him to stay in the scriptures pavilion for a few days. This kind of life lasted for half a year, and the jade slips in the scriptures pavilion, Yang Chen had also read most of them. Just as Yang Chen put a piece of jade slip on the original shelf and reached for the next piece of jade slip, a faint sigh suddenly came behind him. "Junior brother Yang, it's useless for you to look like this." Chapter 65. There were many disciples going in and out of the Sutras depository. There were hundreds of them every day. Many people sometimes wanted to see Yang Chen's obsessive look. They would often appear around Yang Chen. Yang Chen had also developed a habit. He did not guard against the people who came to him. Anyway, those who could enter the Sutras depository were all disciples and servants of Chunying Palace. They were not allowed to use force here. He did not pay attention to others, and others would not look for him. Therefore, Yang Chen did not pay attention to who appeared around him. He just scanned the jade slips with his divine sense one by one. This sudden voice made Yang Chen's movements stagnate, as if it evoked a warm memory from the bottom of his heart. In his previous life, when Yang Chen was in Jurong Villa, there was such a voice that cared about him. However, after his rebirth, Yang Chen had poured all his thoughts on his master and forgot the initial warm feeling. Turning back, Yang Chen saw the owner of the voice. It was almost exactly the same as in Yang Chen's memory. The fitted dress, the carefully trimmed hem of the skirt, the eyes looking at him calmly, a peerless face, like a fairy in the myth, standing behind Yang Chen like a dream. "Senior Sister Gong Sun." After Yang Chen called out, he suddenly did not know what to say, and was silent in the same place. "Junior brother Yang, if you look at it like this, it will be impure, and it will easily interfere with your cultivation." Gong Sunling looked at the junior brother, who had been hearing his name recently, and kindly advised him. At this moment, Yang Chen's mind had run back to his previous life, recalling every bit of Gong Sunling. Every sect would have some talented disciples. There was no doubt that Gong Sunling was one of those talented disciples. However, the world of cultivation was very cruel. Under the fierce competition, many talented disciples would fall for various reasons. This was why Yang Chen did not want Zhu Qintao to publicize himself. In his previous life, Gong Sunling was one of the talented disciples who fell. However, she did not fall because of others, but because she failed to ascend and turned into ashes. In Yang Chen's memory, Gong Sunling's impression was far less clear than Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. This was also because she fell early in the mortal world. But in Yang Chen's previous cultivation, senior sister Gong Sunling still gave him a lot of advice. At that time, Yang Chen was just an ordinary disciple, and Gong Sunling was a pro-disciple. Even when Yang Chen was in danger again, Gong Sunling also saved Yang Chen once. Yang Chen's warm feeling in the sect, in addition to his master, at least half of it was because of Gong Sunling. Although the things of that year had not happened yet, since Yang Chen had seen Gong Sunling, he naturally could not let the tragedy of that year repeat itself. Gong Sunling had a good spirit root of the earth attribute. As for how good it was, Yang Chen did not know. But Yang Chen remembered that Gong Sunling became an outer sect disciple in a year, reached the foundation stage within 10 years, and then stepped into the ranks of the Jiran stage in less than 80 years. After that, she entered the Yuanying stage in more than 100 years, and entered the Deshang stage in only 500 years. Until the time of the Ascension Tribulation, Gong Sunling only spent less than 1,000 years. At that time, Yang Chen had just entered the middle Jiran stage. Even Yang Lan's framing of him had not happened yet. Now that he thought about it, Gong Sunling's aptitude was not inferior to Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. Even Yang Chen had begun to doubt whether Gong Sunling had a full spirit root of the earth attribute. Junior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling saw that Yang Chen just stared at her and didn't speak, and couldn't help but be a little angry. Many people were obsessed with her beauty. Gong Sunling was very clear, but she kindly reminded Yang Chen, but it attracted such a rude gaze, and she was really unhappy in her heart. But he always felt that since they were from the same sect, it was better to remind him. So he resisted his unhappiness and called Yang Chen twice. "Sorry, senior sister Gong Sun. I thought of something else and lost my mind." Yang Chen was called by Gong Sunling and woke up. With Yang Chen's temperament, it was not a memory that could make him moved. Otherwise, he would never fall into such a state of absent-mindedness. Perhaps in the depths of Yang Chen's heart, there was also a place for Gong Sunling. Yang Chen replied respectfully, and he did not hide his absent-mindedness, which made Gong Sunling feel a little better, and her voice calmed down a lot. She pointed to Yang Chen and said, "Junior brother Yang, you have seen so much. It is not good for your cultivation." "Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Yang Chen hurriedly thanked her. Anyone could distinguish between good and bad at this time. Gong Sunling didn't say much. When she saw Yang Chen thank her, she was not polite. She turned around and left, leaving only a sentence, "You are on your own." Looking at Gong Sunling's graceful departing figure, Yang Chen seemed to be infatuated and stayed in place for a long time without moving. In the following days, Yang Chen didn't restrain himself because of Gong Sunling's reminder. He still read all the jade slips, one by one as he pleased. After spending another 2 months, he finally finished reading all the jade slips in the scripture pavilion. In his previous life, Yang Chen cultivated hard every day just to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. When he entered the scripture pavilion, it was to find a fire attribute cultivation method. How could he be as leisurely as this life, reading all the jade slips in the scripture pavilion? 100,000 jade slips, reading an average of 500 per day, also took Yang Chen more than 200 days. During these days, Yang Chen also unknowingly gained the nickname of a bookworm. Almost all the people in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa also knew that there was a number 1 character like Yang Chen. In addition to the 3rd fire and 4th fire cultivation methods, the other 1st wood, 2nd wood, 5th earth, 6th earth, 7th metal, 8th metal, 9th metal, 9th water, and 10th water cultivation methods, Yang Chen had already changed all of them. They were replaced with 8 more effective cultivation methods. Previously, in order to collect the Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art, there was no way to only collect the cultivation methods first. He didn't consider too much about the effects. Now, he finally found a more suitable cultivation method. The effect was immediate. The Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art was now running, and it felt a lot smoother than the previous cultivation methods. Of course, there was the reason for the cultivation method. Yang Chen's understanding of the other attribute cultivation methods had improved a lot. After reading so many jade slips, even if it was only the qi refining stage's perception of the 5 elements, it also benefited Yang Chen a lot. Combined with Yang Chen's understanding of the fire attribute, Yang Chen now had a lot more understanding of the 5 elements secret art. The rest was no longer something that could be obtained by reading books. He could only rely on his own perception. After all, what was recorded in the books was only the things of others. What Yang Chen had to do was to make others' things his own. The bookworm Yang Chen actually came out of the scripture pavilion and didn't go back in again. It immediately became big news and spread throughout the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Chapter 66. Every day, those who looked at Yang Chen were a group of people who were watching a show, looking at a clown's performance with ridiculing gazes. Everywhere Yang Chen went, there were these kinds of gazes. Even if there were a few that didn't have this kind of ridiculing intent, they all carried some regret or confusion. In the entire 9 Earth Mountain Villa, no one knew what he was doing. Yang Chen didn't pay any attention to this. He only followed his usual habits. Apart from performing 1 cycle of cultivation each day, he sat in his small courtyard and carefully pondered and digested the things he had obtained from the enormous scripture pavilion's library. Perhaps it was because the knowledge of his previous life was too focused on fire cultivation, but when Yang Chen settled his heart and focused on all aspects, even if it was only the experience and knowledge of the qi condensation stage, it was still an eye-opener for Yang Chen. His understanding of the Yin-Yang 5 element arts went up another level. After Yang Chen pondered in this half-closed-door cultivation for more than a month, he saw Sun Haijing as soon as he came out. Sun Haijing's face clearly had an expression of taking pleasure in Yang Chen's misfortune. He looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a dead person. "Junior brother Yang, congratulations." Sun Haijing looked at Yang Chen with a fake smile. Master said that since junior brother Yang has enjoyed the treatment of the 3rd level of qi condensation, according to the rules, junior brother Yang can go out and gain experience. Senior brother Sun is considerate. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to Sun Haijing's words at all and only retorted, "I can go out and gain experience. It's not necessary. Senior brother Sun is perhaps thinking too much?" Sun Haijing sneered as if he had long known that Yang Chen would say this. After 2 sinister laughs, he said, "It seems that not going out is no good. Junior brother Yang, there is an order from above for junior brother Yang to immediately go out and gain experience." "Hee, junior brother Yang, congratulations. A fierce tiger leaving the mountain, a dragon entering the sea. A grand plan." Yang Chen's brows furrowed. The upper echelons of Chunying Palace wanted him to go out and gain experience? What was going on? Could this have been arranged by Chu Hong? After thinking about it, Yang Qin shook his head. Chu Hong is not bold enough to make such an arrangement. Moreover, it must be arranged by someone at least at the level of hall leader or palace lord in Chunying Palace. What does it mean? Sun Haijing looked at the expression on Yang Chen's face, and his heart felt as comfortable as if he had eaten an iced watermelon in the hottest days of summer. Yang Chen really had no good way to deal with him in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. However, as long as Yang Chen left Meiqing Mountain and left the sphere of influence of Chunying Palace, then Yang Chen would not be able to be arrogant. After carefully appreciating it for a while, Sun Haijing left with a satisfied expression. Before leaving, he did not forget to ridicule Yang Kai, saying in a very regretful tone, "Junior brother Yang, I originally planned to wait until the day of the sect's grand competition to issue a life or death challenge to you. Junior brother Yang is so powerful. Surely he wouldn't be afraid of me being a few layers higher than him. It's a pity that the talisman weapons and talisman treasures that I've carefully prepared can't be used anymore. What a pity! Talisman weapons and talisman treasures?" Yang Chen laughed coldly. Senior brother Sun has probably forgotten how many sect contribution points I need to read in the scripture pavilion. If these sect contribution points were converted into Jingshi, how much would it be? Senior brother Sun, if I come back alive, I will definitely challenge Senior brother Sun during the sect's grand competition. Sun Haijing's face clearly showed a wave of exasperation. Yang Chen reached out to his neck and lightly released a wave of killing intent. He said with a cold smile, "At that time, Senior brother Sun, wash your neck clean and wait. I will use countless talisman weapons and talisman treasures I've bought to smash you to death." This kind of person was constantly scheming against him in the sect. Yang Chen had already made up his mind to kill Sun Haijing. He definitely would not let Sun Haijing live. Stimulated by Yang Chen's killing intent, Sun Haijing shivered. His face instantly became pale, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. He almost tripped over the door-sill of the courtyard behind him. His body staggered a few times before he managed to steady himself. At that moment, his ears were filled with the echoes of Yang Chen's voice, filled with killing intent. It was as if his soul was trembling. Perhaps he felt that his performance just now was too embarrassing. After Sun Haijing steadied himself, he took a few deep breaths. His face finally regained some color, but he was still extremely afraid. He forcefully tried to put on a calm expression, but the muscles on his face involuntarily trembled, unable to be stabilized. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his fear. However, it had already been a long while. Yang Chen even no longer paid attention to him, and had already stepped into his room. In the end, Sun Haijing seemed to want to redeem his face and shouted guiltily at Yang Chen, "Wait until you come back alive before we talk." After hastily escaping from Yang Chen's small courtyard and returning to his own room, Sun Haijing was still covered in cold sweat. His panicked mind was unable to calm down for a long time. His hands involuntarily trembled as he muttered, "Don't come back! Don't come back!" He was already terrified. Sun Haijing could get the news. Yang Chen could be sure that it must have been from Chu Hong. However, he didn't know what the sect meant by sending a disciple of the first level of qi condensation out to gain experience. However, Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He believed that someone would come to notify him very quickly. As expected, after half an hour, someone came to notify Yang Chen and brought him to the main hall of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Here, Yang Chen unexpectedly saw Du Qian, who hadn't appeared for a long time. In addition, Chu Hong was also present. What was even more surprising was that Gong Sunling was also present. "Yang Chen, if you want to succeed in your cultivation, you can't just shut yourself in." The one who spoke was Chu Hong. He had the appearance of a teacher who guided him patiently and patiently. It just so happens that the new period of experience has already begun. This time, you will also be included. This is something the sect has specially arranged for you, so you can't refuse." Yang Chen looked suspiciously at Du Qian. Du Qian naturally knew of Yang Chen's suspicions, but he smiled and nodded without saying anything. Du Qian presumably wouldn't harm him. Yang Chen believed that this definitely wasn't something Chu Heng could arrange. "Yes." Yang Chen agreed and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Gong Sunling looked curiously at Yang Chen the entire time. She seemed to be wondering why Yang Chen, a disciple of the first level of qi condensation, was being sent out to gain experience. However, even if she didn't understand, Yang Chen was even more confused. This arrangement was truly a bit unexpected. He really didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. "Go back and pack up. We'll leave right away." Chu Heng spoke again and reminded, "Yang Chen, you're the disciple I think highly of. Don't make any mistakes on the road." His words were righteous, but Yang Chen clearly understood the meaning within. "After you leave, be careful." Du Qian warned amiably from the side, then waved his hand. "Go prepare, we'll leave afternoon. You have to reach the floating mountain before the 20th of the 7th month." As he spoke, he handed over a talisman. "If there's any danger on the road, activate this talisman. Your senior Sister Gongsun will arrive in time to save you." Chapter 67. Originally, Yang Chen had some doubts about the higher-ups wanting him to go out and gain experience. But after hearing about floating in the sky, he immediately dispelled those doubts. So they wanted him to participate in the floating mountain heavenly stairway assembly for new disciples. No wonder they wanted him to go out. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Chen immediately thought of the reason. Maybe it was because he accidentally said that he wasn't afraid of illusions when he killed that assassin last time. This made the higher-ups want to gain back some face for Chunyang Palace. This wasn't a big deal, but it gave Yang Chen a great opportunity. He originally thought he would have to stay in 9 Earth Mountain Villa for at least 3 years before leaving. He didn't think it would be so easy. After casually tidying up his luggage, Yang Chen went to the main hall of the mountain villa and said goodbye to Chu Heng and Du Qian. He directly set foot on his first trip out to gain experience after joining Chunyang Palace's outer sect disciples. Gong Sunling was no longer there. She had probably left a long time ago. Yang Chen was a bit glad that Du Qian and the others didn't want him and Gong Sunling to go together. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Xinda, Helian, Yuanting, and Gu Kun, the 4 servants, weren't allowed to leave. They had the status of servants. Before reaching the 6th level of qi refining, they couldn't have the opportunity to go out and gain experience. Being alone and free. The moment Yang Chen stepped out of 9 Earth Mountain Villa, he suddenly felt like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Because of the importance of the higher-ups, Yang Chen would always refine a cauldron of qi-seeking pills and give them to the medicinal hall every 5 or 6 days. Previously, he used to exchange them for sect contribution points. Later on, he changed them all into low-grade crystal stones. Now, Yang Chen had at least 200 to 300 kilograms of low-grade crystal stones. Yang Chen's first stop after leaving 9 Earth Mountain Villa was the market square at the foot of Meiqing Mountain. Since he was going out, Yang Chen naturally had to prepare a few things to use on the road. Moreover, a vile person like Sun Haijing definitely wouldn't give up this opportunity to kill him for no reason. He would definitely set up a killing trap outside. Yang Chen also needed to buy enough things in the market square to defend himself. Although Yang Chen wouldn't be afraid no matter how many people of Sun Haijing's level came, Yang Chen was still only at the first layer of qi refining. If a few more high-level enemies came, Yang Chen would still have to suffer a grievance. Yang Chen now had plenty of spar in his hands. As long as he took a fancy to something in the market square, he would haggle a little and then buy it. He was very generous. He stayed in the market for 3 consecutive days, until Yang Chen could no longer feel the spiritual awareness that was secretly peeping at him. Then he left the market and flew in the other direction of Meiqing Mountain. Under Yang Chen's body was a paper crane. This was a talisman weapon. Jiha's entire body was made up of talismans and had been strengthened by a foundation establishment expert. As long as the user continued to inject spiritual energy into the paper crane, they would be able to make it fly. Although the speed was not very fast, it was much faster than walking. This paper crane was very valuable. It was worth at least more than 200 low-grade spar in the market square. Yang Chen bought it with a pile of talismans and talisman treasures. The seller gave him a 20% discount, which was very cost-effective. Yang Chen's flight route had been along the foot of Meiqing Mountain, which was also in the direction of human habitation. There was no place that would arouse the slightest suspicion. After flying like this for 2 days, he was about to get out of the sphere of influence of Meiqing Mountain. Yang Chen then put away the paper crane, went into the forest, and disappeared without a trace. Shortly after Yang Chen's figure disappeared, 4 or 5 sneaky guys emerged from the place where he put away the paper crane. After looking around, they had to admit that they had lost Yang Chen. What a cunning boy! We carefully planned to take action after getting out of the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace. I didn't expect this guy to be so careful and put away the paper crane. A middle-aged, long-bearded scholar looked around, turned his head, and said, "Didn't you say that you could find the whereabouts of the paper crane? Where is he?" I specially put a tracking formation on the paper crane. Even if he put it in the Qiankuan bag, I can find it. A black-clothed and vulture-like guy behind him said in a cold voice, "I lost more than 50 spar, so he bought it cheaply. Don't worry, he can't run away." With that, the black-clothed man reached out and took out a formation plate and began to launch the formation on it. On that compass-like formation plate, the needle in the center spun wildly, but it didn't stop. "What's the matter?" The long-bearded scholar also saw the abnormality of the formation plate and asked hurriedly, "How is it possible?" The black-clothed man was also shocked. There could only be 2 situations in this situation. One was that Yang Chen was there, and the other was that he had completely lost track of his whereabouts. But obviously, no matter which situation it was impossible. It was impossible for Yang Chen to hide in front of 5 casual cultivators at the 7th level of Lianqi realm without being detected by them. Several people had already scanned this place with their divine sense several times, and it was impossible for there to be a shadow. Unless Yang Chen had made a prompt decision to completely crush the paper crane, even if it was broken, the black-clothed man's tracking formation could still find him. But the situation at present made several people begin to be suspicious. The long-bearded scholar, who was the leader, looked around and decisively ordered, "Everyone disperse. He is just a disciple at the 1st level of Lianqi realm, and he has no ability to fly. Everyone disperse for 100 miles, and then slowly search and meet up. I don't believe that he can escape 100 miles in a short time." The other 4 people agreed and quickly dispersed. This time, several people took over this business. If it was successful, at least each of them could get a low-grade magic weapon. This was a good opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. No one wanted to let it go, so everyone worked hard. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare to act rashly within the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace, they would have already made Yang Chen suffer. The long-bearded scholar's cultivation was the highest, and he was also the leader of several people. He opened his divine sense and scanned around crazily. After finding nothing, he began to search around carefully in doubt. Yang Chen didn't go far, but he was now in a formation. The paper crane had already been sent into the merit ring by him. It was simply impossible for the other party to find the whereabouts of the paper crane through the merit ring. Seeing those people disperse, Yang Chen sneered and ignored them. He turned around directly. After calculating with his fingers, he chose a direction and began to walk in a strange pace. After a while, he completely disappeared in the formation. Yang Chen, who was in the middle of the formation, almost took a few steps and calculated a few times. After spending almost an hour, Yang Chen stood on a huge open space. On one side of the open space was a high cliff. Under the cliff, there was a conspicuous hole. It was dark, and no one knew what was inside. Chapter 68. Fortunately, it's still here. Yang Qin looked at the dark entrance of the cave, and his face finally showed a smile. This cave, or to be exact, this immortal's cave, was left by an ancestor of Chunying Palace. In theory, this immortal's cave should be discovered after 60 years, including the huge illusion outside. This was the outermost foot of Meiqing Mountain. Everyone thought that this was a place with a lack of spiritual power, but they did not know how the predecessor found an underground spiritual vein here. He built such a simple immortal's cave to break through the Jedon stage and condense the Yuanying stage, but he failed miserably. The immortal's cave had been blocked by a large formation, and there was no leakage of spiritual power, and no one found it in this remote place. In later generations, it should be a disciple of Chunying Palace who fell into the illusion after being seriously injured. He happened to be proficient in formations. Relying on the experience of his master, he walked into the center of the illusion and found this immortal's cave. However, in this life, Yang Chen was lucky. The spiritual power was blocked by the large formation and could not be leaked. Yang Chen felt the majestic spiritual power as soon as he came in. This huge spiritual power also provided endless spiritual power to the illusion, causing the illusion to become stronger and stronger without being noticed. From the merit ring, Yang Chen took out the bottle that controlled the medicine garden of Xiangyang Mountain. The blue water stain at the bottom of the bottle was now only a line, and it looked like it would dry up soon. When it came into contact with this rich spiritual power, the bottle shone brightly and produced a suction force out of thin air, gathering the surrounding spiritual power crazily. The blue water stain at the bottom of the bottle, Yang Chen knew that it was the spiritual power absorbed and stored by the bottle, which was used to maintain the spiritual power of the medicine garden. Although it was very important for the growth of medicinal materials to have sufficient spiritual power, it could not be too abundant, or it would be directly drowned by spiritual power. The bottle had such a magical function, absorbing and storing the surrounding spiritual power, and then slowly releasing it to the medicine garden. Originally, the spiritual power at the bottom of the bottle was estimated to be able to support the needs of the medicine garden for a few years. Yang Chen originally planned to add spiritual power to the bottle when he came out to practice a few years later. Now he had this opportunity. He could not only avoid the search of several killers outside, but he could also collect the relics of the predecessor in the cave house, and he could also supplement the spiritual power of the bottle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yang Chen didn't need to collect the spiritual power himself. He just needed to put the purified bottle outside. Yang Chen tied the purified bottle to his waist and strode into the hole. The cave was not deep. After the senior found the underground spiritual vein, he did not put in any effort to decorate it. After hastily setting up an illusory formation to deceive people, he directly went into closed-door cultivation. Therefore, when Yang Chen came in, what he saw was a simple cave. At the top of the cave, there was a luminous pearl that flickered with a faint yellow light. With this light, Yang Chen could clearly see everything in the cave. After entering a few feet from the entrance of the cave, there was an enlarged cave about a few feet in radius. On the ground in the center, there was a black futon. On the futon, a middle-aged man dressed in the costume of Chunying Palace was sitting. His eyes were closed, and he was motionless. There was no trace of vitality around, and he had been dead for many years. Disciple Yang Chen of the younger generation greets the senior. Yang Chen didn't dare to neglect and bowed to the corpse on the futon. This was the predecessor of Chunying Palace. In any case, Yang Chen was also a junior, so it was necessary to salute. After bowing and getting up, Yang Chen took a few steps forward and used the earth's spiritual power to dig a square pit in the center of the cave. Later, he took out a few giant woods from the Qinkuan bag, which were all things that had been prepared in the marketplace. The wood's spiritual power was condensed like a knife, cutting the giant wood, and soon a solid coffin was made. After doing all this, Yang Qin carefully moved the corpse of the predecessor from the futon and put it into the coffin. After carefully taking the Qinkuan bag from the waist of the predecessor's corpse, he closed the coffin lid. After bowing a few more times, the coffin was sent into the newly dug pit to be buried. In the center of the cave, Yang Chun piled up a grave and took out a piece of top-grade celestial bluestone from the Qinkuan bag. He moved his fingers like a knife and engraved the name of the predecessor according to his memory. The signature was that disciple Yang Qin bowed and stood in front of the grave. After doing all this, he bowed a few more times and then began to check carefully. In fact, the things in the cave were clear at a glance. The black futon in the center, a sheathed long sword hanging in the deepest part of the cave, and a wooden table on both sides. In addition, there was nothing else. However, Yang Qin knew that what he saw in front of him, except for the two wooden tables, everything else he saw was not simple. The black futon itself was a whole piece of black jade, carved into the shape of a futon. The location where it was placed was just the exit of the underground spiritual vein. The black jade was warm all year round. Not only could it condense spiritual power, but it could also prevent the damage to the meridians caused by the spiritual power being too strong. When meditating, it could also play a role in stabilizing the mind. It was a cultivation treasure that cultivators below the Yuanying stage dreamed of. Now, the black jade praying mat had fulfilled Yang Chen's wish. For the relics of the predecessor, Yang Chen did not feel guilty for taking it. Immortal cultivators pay attention to fate. Since Yang Chen came in, that thing was left for Yang Chen. When the black jade futon was taken away, a spiritual power that was much richer than the spiritual energy in the air surged out. It was originally suppressed by the black jade futon, but now it gushed out directly. However, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. He directly put the bottle at the exit of the spiritual vein, and the spiritual power that gushed out was directly absorbed by the bottle. Then Yang Qin took a few steps forward and came to the sheathed long sword hanging on the wall. However, Yang Qin just looked at it and did not take it off. In his mind, he recalled the memory of this sword, and he seemed to be a little embarrassed. This sheathed long sword, in fact, was not a sword, but a sword case, a good thing that could be used as a flying sword. And at the same time, it could be used as an artifact to hold a flying sword. However, for Yang Qin, there was no specific method to collect it. If he forcibly collected this sword case by relying on his cultivation base, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. In his previous life, the Chunyang Palace even paid the price of a Jiedon stage master for this. After a while, Yang Chen let out a long sigh and had to temporarily give up the plan to collect this sword. Although the thing was good, his own life was more important. He had already obtained the black jade futon, and he should be satisfied. Moreover, even according to the development of his previous life, there were still decades of peace here, and it would not be too late to collect it later. After putting down this greed, Yang Qin simply sat on the black jade futon, opened the Qinkuan bag left by the predecessor, and began to slowly sort out the things inside. Chapter 69. The predecessor in Chunyang Palace was originally a Jiedon stage master. He had reached the peak of Jiedon stage, but he had been unable to break through to the Yuanying stage. In the end, his lifespan was exhausted, and he had to stay in this underground spiritual vein. There was almost no elixir in the Qinkuan bag. This was understandable. Since it was a life and death retreat, of course, it was necessary to use all the things that could strengthen the cultivation or help to improve the realm. It was normal to use up all the elixirs. The predecessor was a sword cultivator. All his cultivation was in that sword case, which was the sheathed long sword hanging on the wall outside. In the Qinkuan bag, there were a lot of refining materials such as cold iron and gold. Unfortunately, looking at these good things, Yang Chen could only look at them and sigh. With his current realm, he could not use them at all. What interested Yang Chen were a few pieces of jade slips in the Qinkuan bag. He picked them up and began to check them one by one. Yang Qin did not consider the sword technique for the time being. No matter how powerful the sword technique was, it was estimated that it was unlikely to be as powerful as the ones passed down by those guys in the heavenly court. Yang Qin only scanned this piece with his divine sense once and remembered it in his heart. He let it go for the time being and picked up another piece, refining, to be exact, refining the sword. Almost all of these in the Qianquan bag were prepared for the next step of refining the sword case. After Yang Qin read it, he did the same thing. The consecutive pieces of jade slips were all related to cultivation. One of them was even the personal experience of the predecessor from the beginning of cultivation to entering the Jiedon stage, which was very rare. In this piece, Yang Qin also looked at it the most carefully. He almost used all the experience of the predecessor before letting it go. The last piece of jade slip gave Yang Qin a surprise. That was the most important part of his cultivation method, the method to cultivate and collect the sword case. After reading it carefully word by word, Yang Qin's face finally showed a smile. Before, he was still worried that he could not collect the sword case for the time being, but now there was no such problem at all. The spiritual energy in the underground spiritual vein was sufficient. The purified bottle had now absorbed a lot, and the trace of aqua blue color had become a lot stronger, but it was still far from absorbing all the underground spiritual veins. He could use this time to practice the method of collecting the sword case. Collecting the scabbard required a huge amount of spiritual energy. If it was Yang Qin's Qi training layer 1, it would be impossible. However, now that he had this collection method, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Just in case, Yang Qin still took out the profound spirit furnace and began to refine a simple Qi replenishing pill. This kind of pill was very easy to make. As long as one had the strength of a second layer Qi practitioner, they could make it. Yang Qin now has the profound spirit furnace. Plus his superb fire controllability, it is not a problem at all. Previously, Yang Qin would eat 1,000-year-old mysterious yang fruit every day, and the remaining peel would be stored in his merit ring. This could be used to refine the Qi nourishing pill. The medicinal power of the mysterious yang fruit was too strong. Although the effect of supplementing spiritual energy was excellent, Yang Qin needed to use the positive and negative yin-yang 5 elements secret art to adjust and suppress it. It was not as smooth and direct as the Qi nourishing pill. Yang Qin was slowly preparing for the alchemy here, and the 5 guys who were searching for Yang Qin outside were anxious like ants on a hot pot. The long-bearded scholar could conclude that Yang Qin did not leave this area. He had arranged companions to monitor the road ahead, and he did not find Yang Qin's figure at all. That Yang Qin could only hide in this area. If we let Chunyang Palace find out that we are chasing their palace disciples on the edge of Meiqing Mountain, none of us can escape. The long-bearded scholar was anxious, but there was no tension on his face. He just communicated with a few people with his spiritual awareness and passed these words out. In fact, there was no need for him to specifically emphasize it. Several people also knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone was looking in all directions and listening in all directions for fear of missing any place. But Yang Qin was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace under everyone's eyes. The guy who claimed to be able to track Jiha was even complained a lot about this. During the alchemy, Yang Qin sat directly on the black jade futon, and the jade futon was placed on the exit of the spiritual vein, just pressing the pure bottle. Although a part of the spiritual power had been extracted by the pure bottle first, the rest for Yang Qin was just enough for him to replenish. This underground spiritual vein could support a Jiedon stage master to die, and naturally it could provide all the spiritual power that Yang Qin needed to collect the sword case. Alchemy was just in case. After all, Yang Qin's current realm was very low. Even if he could improve his spiritual power level through the mutual generation of the 5 elements, compared with a Jiedon stage master, it was simply the difference between a drop of water and the sea. Under the flame of Yang Qin, the skin of the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit slowly melted and turned into a medicinal liquid. Qi-nourishing pill was different from qi-seeking pill. Qi-seeking pill relied on Yang Qin to simulate the sense of qi with his own flame. Qi-nourishing pill only needed to purify the spiritual power in the medicinal materials into pills, and it could be done with one hand. With a profound yang fruit every day, Yang Qin saved a lot of profound yang fruit skin. A piece of skin could refine at least 10 qi-nourishing pills. Even if Yang Qin could refine 200 qi-nourishing pills in one furnace, it still took Yang Qin 2 days and 2 nights to turn all these skins into qi-nourishing pills. When all the profound yang fruit skin was used up, Yang Qin had more than 2,000 qi-nourishing pills in his hands. This number, coupled with the support of the underground spiritual vein, could definitely allow Yang Qin to collect the sword sheath. However, when Yang Qin put away the profound spirit furnace, he was still surprised to find that it seemed that the profound spirit furnace seemed to have a little change, and it became more full of medicinal qi. It seemed that often refining some medicinal pills with a lot of spiritual energy was also a small tempering for the profound spirit furnace. The more medicinal pills refined by the alchemy furnace, the better the effect. In his previous life, this sword sheath belonged to the Bright Moon Palace master of Chunying Palace. After the sword sheath was refined by several Yuaning stage masters of Chunying Palace, he made a big name for himself. Unfortunately, he finally betrayed Yang Qin's master. In this life, it was impossible for Yang Qin to leave the sword sheath to him and help the tyrant. After practicing the technique hundreds of times to ensure that he would not make mistakes when collecting it, Yang Qin began to make the final preparations. The speed of collecting spiritual power in the bottle could be controlled by Yang Qin and slowed down a little, so that Yang Qin's spiritual power replenishment through the black jade futon was twice as fast. All the qi-nourishing pills were placed in a Qiankuan bag on his hand. There was nothing else in this Qiankuan bag except for the qi-nourishing pills. After making all the preparations and adjusting his state to the best, Yang Qin finally sat on the black jade futon and began to practice. Chapter 70. The first thing that Yang Qin did was to launch the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art and put his own spirit power to the maximum. The spirit power of the underground spiritual vein was constantly replenishing Yang Qin's meridians. The gentle spirit power made Yang Qin not worry about having too much spirit power and having the idea of suppression. When the spirit power was mobilized to the maximum, Yang Qin launched the secret art to the sword case a few steps away from him. The sheathed sword hanging on the wall seemed to be attracted by Yang Qin and slowly flew away from the wall and floated to a place more than 10 feet away from Yang Qin, suspended in the air and began to rotate slowly. All of this seemed easy, but Yang Qin did not dare to relax. The correct secret art was the only hope that Yang Qin could successfully collect it. Yang Qin even suspected that since he could find the jade slip that recorded the secret art in the Qiankuan bag of his predecessor, how could the first Jiedan stage master in his previous life not find it? Perhaps when he saw the sword case, he subconsciously started to collect it and was killed by the backlash. However, Yang Qin would never make that mistake in this life. The secret art was very complicated. There were at least 200 continuous movements, and he could not make a mistake. With every movement, there would be a spirit power injected into the sword case, and at the same time, Yang Qin's spiritual awareness would also be injected into it, slowly replacing the original spiritual awareness. Yang Qin's current realm was low, so he could only use this kind of slow work, like boiling a frog in warm water, to slowly wear down the spiritual awareness of the predecessor on the original sword case, and then put his own spiritual awareness imprint on it, making this magic weapon his own. Every time he injected the spirit power into the sword case, it almost consumed all of Yang Qin's energy. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of the underground spiritual vein, and Yang Qin swallowed a qi replenishing pill almost every time he shot out a spirit power, maybe Yang Qin could only hold on for a dozen times and would be consumed by the sword case due to the lack of spirit power. Every time spiritual energy entered the scabbard, it would flash once. Every time, Yang Chen would contain all 10 kinds of spiritual power, and every time, the sword sheath would flash a 5-colored light. In the small cave, a colorless light began to flicker incessantly, as if the sword box had become a glowing object. Yang Chen's movements were neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a fixed speed. The interval in between was just enough for him to recover all his spiritual power, and then he could use it again. Under Yang Chen's precise control, this had become a constant cycle. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental art was unprecedentedly efficient. It was as if the spiritual power would be completely replenished in every breath, and then in the next breath, all the spiritual power would pour out again. The meridians of the whole body, under such circumstances, completed the changes of waxing and waning, and at the same time, slowly tempered the meridians themselves. Blessed by the heavens, there were not only sufficient spiritual veins, but also enough qi replenishing pills, and at the same time there was also the crazy Yin-Yang 5 elemental art. When Yang Chen finally consumed close to 1,000 qi replenishing pills, the spiritual power in his body was fully replenished and exhausted 1,000 times. The meridians of the whole body shook and suddenly expanded. His body seemed to have opened a lock, and the original spiritual power restriction disappeared in an instant. Yang Chen's heart moved, and he directly controlled the purified bottle underground, slightly slowing down the absorption speed so that the black jade futon could get more spiritual power to replenish. The experience of his previous life told Yang Chen that this was a sign of entering the 2nd level of qi training. The advancement of the realm was not simply the improvement of spiritual power, but also the upper limit of the spiritual power that the meridians of the body could hold, as well as their own understanding of the various laws. Yang Chen had no problem with the latter, but the limit of the body, even if Yang Chen's body had been tempered by the flesh and blood of countless immortals, he could only break through step by step. After entering the realm of the 2nd level of qi training, not only did the Yin-Yang 5 elemental art circulate faster, but the speed of replenishing spiritual power and the upper limit of the spiritual power of the whole body also increased crazily. In addition to timely adjusting the spiritual power provided by the underground spiritual veins, Yang Chen also added more spiritual power to the collection method. The effect seemed to be very obvious. The light emitted by the sword sheath became brighter and brighter, and the speed of the rotation began to slowly slow down. At the same time, the distance between it and Yang Chen was slowly shrinking. Finally, after consuming more than 1,000 qi replenishing pills, the sheathed long sword quietly stopped in Yang Chen's hand. All the light, after a violent flash, completely disappeared. And in Yang Chen's spiritual sense, there was also a feeling of flesh and blood, as if he could completely control the sheathed long sword in front of him. After stopping all the movements, he replenished his spiritual power, stood up with a happy face, and slowly stroked the scabbard with his hands as if he was touching his lover. With the sword sheath in hand, Yang Chen found that this sword sheath had many magical uses. This sword sheath itself was not only a flying sword, but also a container which could hold thousands of flying swords. The shape of the sword sheath could also change according to the owner's mind. The original owner liked the appearance of the sheathed long sword, so now it was the appearance of the sheathed long sword. But what Yang Chen liked now was obviously not like this. Under Yang Chen's gentle touch, the appearance of the sheathed long sword began to slowly change. Soon, it became the appearance of the peerless fierce blade that Yang Chen used on the beheading Immortal platform. Very skillfully waving the beheading Immortal blade, Yang Chen showed a happy smile on his face. This sword sheath was not just a simple flying sword and sword sheath. The most important thing was that it could integrate the power of the flying sword in the sword sheath as the sword soul and turn it into its own attack power. The sword soul could be one or more, but it must be fully controlled by Yang Chen. Even the sword sheath itself could refine several sword formations when it was refining. When it launched an attack, it was directly the power of the sword formation, composed of the sword soul. Now, in the sword sheath, there were at least a dozen flying swords, with various attributes, but the quality was very general. Refining the flying sword magic weapon was not so easy. Even the previous Jedon stage master could not have such a big deal and put hundreds of flying swords in it. But for Yang Qin, it was not a problem at all. When he killed the immortals, many people said that they left flying sword magic weapons in the mortal world. As long as he found them one by one, he could fill them all into the sword sheath. However, the sword soul was not easy to find. With Yang Chen's current knowledge, since he had obtained this unique sword sheath, of course, it was impossible to find a few flying swords casually. At least, Yang Chen's sword soul must be the best of the best. Of course, it was too early to consider this. Yang Qin stroked the sword sheath in the shape of a ghost head blade, but in his heart he wanted to sharpen the edge of this beheading immortal blade first. The best way to sharpen the immortal beheading blade of the heavenly quartz executioner was to cut off people's heads. Chapter 71. The 5 killers outside were still searching anxiously. It was impossible for a junior at the first level of qi refining to disappear without a trace all of a sudden. It was not that there was no good thing in this world that could cover up the breath of the whole body, but it was by no means something that a little guy at the first level of qi refining could use. Yang Qin was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. At least, he had to wait until these people couldn't find him and were impatient. The gap between the two sides was too big, whether it was the number of people or the realm. If it was a head-on confrontation, Yang Qin was definitely not their opponent. He had just entered the second level of qi refining, and he also got such a good sword case. Yang Qin was really happy in his heart. What made him most happy was that he intercepted a powerful magic weapon from the master of Bright Moon Palace, who betrayed his master in advance, so that he would not have the capital to be so arrogant in the future. In addition, Yang Qin did not intend to leave this underground spiritual vein. He needed to wait for the purified bottle to completely absorb the spiritual power. First, the growth of medicinal materials in the purified bottle medicine garden required a lot of spiritual power. Second, it was because of the factional disputes. This place was located at the edge of Meiqing Mountain, and it was also the place where Chunyang Palace's control was the weakest. Not far ahead was the sphere of influence of another sect. There was no lack of disputes caused by robbing resources in the cultivation world. Even in Yang Chen's previous life, after Chunyang Palace collected the magic weapon, they still had to negotiate with the neighboring sect and left the underground spiritual vein to the other party. Since this cave was now temporarily owned by Yang Qin planned to take all the things inside, including this underground spiritual vein. It was better to keep it for himself than to give it to other sections. The purified bottle opened and absorbed the spiritual power crazily. Usually, the purified bottle could suck up the spiritual power within 100 miles. It was absolutely no problem to concentrate it at the exit of the underground spiritual vein. Although Yang Qin was still unable to refine the magic weapon, the universe treasure-raising secret art could be used anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the old lord also said that this universe treasure-raising secret art had no limit on the number of times. In short, the higher the cultivation, the more times it was used, the better the grade of the magic weapon. There was nothing else to do now, so it was just right to use it to raise the treasure. There was still half a year to go before the 20th of July. Yang Qin did not have to rush, so he had plenty of time to waste. Anyway, the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art only needed to be practiced once a day. The rest of the time, in addition to the 3 purities secret art, it was the universe treasure-raising secret art. For a whole month, Yang Qin hid safely in the illusion array of the senior, recuperating and building up his strength. As for the 5 killers outside, they were almost going crazy. There's no trace of this junior anywhere else. He must still be here. The long-bearded scholar had already contacted his distant friends through paper cranes, confirming that Yang Qin had not appeared elsewhere. "We can't wait like this any longer." "But we can't find him. What should we do?" Because the black-clothed man had failed to track down Jihe, he had been thoroughly blamed. Even he didn't know what the problem was, so he could only obediently listen to the long-bearded scholar's instructions. Now that the scholar had said so, he immediately said what he wanted. "Find the person in Chunyang Palace and ask him to find a way for us." The long-bearded scholar snorted coldly and finally couldn't bear it anymore. "We can't find him, but can they in Chunyang Palace not find him themselves? Which sect doesn't have a tracking array on their Chinkuan bag? Ask him to find the person and tell us. What if he goes back on his word about the price?" The black-clothed man asked immediately. "He still has the nerve to raise the price. He's just a junior at the first level of qi refining. Unless someone gives him something good to protect him, how can he get rid of our tracking? His own information is wrong, and he still dares to argue with us on the price?" The long-bearded scholar's face became ferocious. "If he dares to say anything more, it's not a big deal for us to break up. We'll expose the fact that he killed his fellow disciples. Let's see who is afraid, us or him." At this time, no one said anything. The person who was responsible for negotiating this deal left quickly and went to find the client in Chunyang Palace. The rest were still carefully searching around. Even if they couldn't find him, they couldn't let Yang Qin escape. The spiritual power of the underground spiritual vein was unscrupulously extracted by the purified bottle, and it was finally exhausted. In the purified bottle, there was no longer a trace of blue water stain at the beginning. It had become a section of almost 4 or 5 centimeters high. This spiritual power was enough for the medicinal materials in the medicine garden to be used for hundreds of years or even longer. Satisfied with the purified bottle, Yang Chen walked out of the cave with a satisfied expression. After thinking about it carefully, he jumped up and directly collapsed the mountain wall above the cave entrance. In a short while, the falling soil and stones sealed the cave entrance tightly, and no shadow of the cave entrance could be seen anymore. He believed that after a few decades, when someone broke into this illusion array, they would only find an empty, flat ground. They would never find the tomb of the predecessor in the cave. He believed that the predecessor would never want future generations to constantly disturb his long sleep. Of course, Yang Chen did not have to be afraid that someone would know that he had obtained the legacy of the predecessor. Finally, after taking a look here and seeing that there were no flaws, Yang Chen held the murderous blade in his hand and began to slowly walk out of the illusion array. His luck was really good. When Yang Chen just walked out of the illusion array, he found that there was a guy not far away who was releasing his spiritual awareness to search for himself. Looking at Yang Chen, who suddenly appeared on the spot, the other party seemed to be unable to believe it. He was stunned, and unable to make any movement. This was a great opportunity. Yang Chen's killing intent penetrated his body and went straight to the other party. At the same time, his body rushed over like an arrow. The murderous blade in his hand was waved high and slashed at the other party. Although the murderous blade was Yang Chen's own magic weapon, Yang Chen currently did not have the strength to use the murderous blade flying sword to kill people. Magic weapons could only be used as weapons. Even so, a magic weapon was still a magic weapon. In terms of pure sharpness, it was enough to cut off the head of anyone below the foundation establishment stage. After being stabbed by Yang Chen's killing intent, the originally very surprised enemy fell into a momentary daze. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Yang Chen to rush over and swing his blade. With a cracking sound, the other party's 6 young chiefs' head flew up high. Blood fiercely rushed out from the neck. The headless corpse even made a few movements, and then, accompanied by the sound of blood spurting out from the neck, it fell to the ground. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there are no grudges between us. If you want to blame someone, Blame yourself for accepting the mission to kill me." Yang Qin put the murderous blade behind him and said to the corpse that had fallen to the ground. Then he raised his head and looked in one direction, then turned around and rushed in the direction of the illusion array. Chapter 72. As soon as something happened to the person on this side, the long-bearded scholar, who was searching within 10 miles, immediately noticed the movement here. His figure flashed and immediately disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared hundreds of feet away. In just a few flashes, he appeared next to the corpse of his companion. The scholar came over very quickly, but the other companion was faster than him. After Yang Chen killed the person and said those words, he directly turned his head and flew towards the location of the illusion formation without looking back. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The guy who followed him only saw the disappearing figure of Yang Chen. However, this glance also confirmed the location of Yang Chen's hiding place. The entrance of the illusion formation was originally only less than a foot in radius. The 5 people searched this place and just scanned it with their divine sense. It was impossible to find it. Yang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. When he saw the assassin's figure, he immediately appeared in that position. When the middle-aged scholar rushed over, he also only saw his companion make a gesture to him and immediately disappear from that place. The long-bearded scholar's cultivation was the highest, and his mind was also the most meticulous. He clearly saw his companion's gesture and knew that he found Yang Chen's figure and went in to kill him. Now the most afraid thing was that he couldn't find Yang Chen's trace. As long as he could find him, he didn't have to worry about killing him. Thinking about it, an experienced 7th-layer Qi refining killer should be able to kill a 1st-layer Qi refining junior, right? Seeing that his companion had already chased in, the long-bearded scholar's face suddenly changed. There was still a companion's corpse lying under his feet. How could he be so careless? Since people disappeared as soon as they went there, it must be an illusion formation. Yang Chen could come and go freely in the illusion formation, and he also escaped the intensive search of the 5 people and killed a companion. Then wouldn't the companion who rashly entered the illusion formation be in danger? As if to confirm the scholar's thoughts, he saw a bloody head appear out of thin air as soon as he had this thought. It seemed to have been thrown high up and flew several feet in his direction. With a thud, it landed on the ground and rolled a few times. Its eyes were wide open, and its face was full of shock. This scene sent chills down the long-bearded scholar's spine. Who would have thought that 2 of the assassins, 4 of whom were in the 7th layer and 1 of whom was in the 8th layer, would be killed in the span of a few breaths when they were chasing a 1st-layer Qi refining outer sect disciple? Although the other party was using the illusion array as a cover, it was still too shocking. The second comrade who was killed still had a 3-yang magic robe on him. It was a practitioner weapon that had been refined by a Foundation establishment expert. Although it was not at the level of a magic treasure, it was already an extremely strong defensive magic robe for those below the Foundation establishment realm. Yet it could not withstand the opponent's attack in such a short period of time. What kind of weapon did Yang Chen use? Flying sword? Impossible. If a person in the 1st layer of Qi training could use a flying sword, then all the Qi training cultivators in the world should just bang their heads against the wall and die. Even among the experts of the Foundation establishment stage, how many of them could guarantee that they would definitely have a flying sword? It was a flying sword, not a talisman sword. Aside from the outstanding disciples of the big sects, who would be rewarded with a flying sword by their masters, how heaven-defying would a normal disciple have to be able to obtain a flying sword? Yang Chen must have an extremely powerful weapon in his hands. It could very well be a top-grade practitioner weapon or even a talisman treasure. After a short period of shock, this was the first thought that came to the long-bearded scholar's mind. If he killed Yang Chen, he would be able to get his talisman treasure. When he thought of this, the long-bearded scholar suddenly had a kind of expectation. He even eagerly hoped that Yang Chen would recklessly rush out and rush in front of him. The black-clothed man also appeared here in time, but he was far away and came even later. When he rushed over, he only saw the headless corpse of his companion and the two heads on the ground, as well as the long-bearded scholar standing not far from the corpse. Seeing this, the black-clothed man wanted to say something, but in the end he only opened his mouth and no words came out. "Junior, come out. I want to dismember your body into 10,000 pieces." The long-bearded scholar quietly waited for a moment, and after there was no movement, he finally broke out. At the same time, both of his hands flicked, a series of golden lights flashed, and attacked the place where Yang Qin disappeared. There was an illusory array, but it was an illusory array set up by a Jedon master. How could it be shaken by the attack of a trivial Qi training disciple? The golden lights shone very brightly, but all the attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no ripple. The black-clothed man vigilantly rose into the air, slowly approached the top of the illusory array, and looked down from above. He was a smart person. The opponent's strength was low. A disciple of the first layer of Qi training definitely did not have the ability to fly. And looking at the situation of the two heads on the ground, it was obvious that they were killed after someone got close to them. In other words, as long as he was in the air, he was already in an invincible position. When the long-bearded scholar saw the black-clothed man's action, he also understood the key point, and his body also flew up, but he still stayed in the same place, not too close. There was no movement at the illusory array, but neither of them dared to relax their vigilance, both staring at the area as if they were facing a great enemy. In their hands, they had already prepared the strongest attack power of the talisman weapon, waiting for Yang Qin to appear and immediately strike like thunder. Suddenly, the edge of the illusory array flashed, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yang Qin. The black-clothed man was overjoyed, and just as he was about to launch an attack, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he was in the middle of a round, domed hall. The black-clothed man was stunned, and immediately realized that he had fallen into a formation. He didn't expect that this Yang Qin actually had a good cultivation in formations, but he didn't think that Yang Qin would have any powerful killing formations other than the illusory array. He took 2 steps forward, and only heard a series of whooshing sounds above his head. Before he could react, the 49 flying swords had already dismembered his body. Looking at the protective formation of the Xiangyang mountain herb garden enveloping the black-clothed man, Yang Qin felt it was a pity. The long-bearded scholar was too far away, and there was no way to get him in. When the long-bearded scholar saw Yang Qin's figure appear, he was about to say something, but then he heard a series of crashing sounds, and pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Pale with fright, the long-bearded scholar was about to escape, but he found that Yang Qin was just standing in the same place, motionless. The scholar instantly understood the key point. Yang Qin must have used some kind of secret technique to kill a 7th-layer Qi training stage cultivator, and he must have paid a price. While he was thinking, Yang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, and now was the best time to kill Yang Qin. "What else do you have to say now?" The long-bearded scholar almost grinned. "I will give you a chance to speak." "Really?" Yang Qin suddenly grinned, and he didn't even bother to wipe the blood on his lips. "Then I will speak." "Speak, I am all ears." The long-bearded scholar slowly approached and sneered again and again. "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor." Chapter 73. Just as he said Yang Qin's catchphrase, the long-bearded scholar's side suddenly exploded with at least 100 pyroblast talismans. The explosion caused by a single pyroblast talisman might not be able to injure the scholar, but the sudden explosion of hundreds of pyroblast talismans, especially those that had been strengthened by the universe treasure-raising art, was naturally different. When he killed the first guy, Yang Qin knew that these guys would definitely be lingering around the corpse, so he quickly inserted hundreds of talismans into the surrounding ground. Under the influence of his divine sense, they would immediately explode. Just now, he had forcibly used his whole body's spiritual power to barely move out the medicine garden's protective formation. He hadn't even used it yet, but it had already injured Yang Qin. But the other side unexpectedly miscalculated and gave Yang Qin time to speak, so that Yang Qin didn't have to escape back into the maze. A qi nourishing pill that had already been in his mouth was promptly swallowed, and then he frantically activated the pyroblast talismans that had already been laid out. In addition to the pyroblast talismans, there were also dozens of 15-ton talismans and dozens of giant wood talismans. Wood feeds fire, and the power of the pyroblast talismans increased to another level. At the same time, dozens of thick giant wood suddenly appeared in the air and fiercely crashed into the long-bearded scholar. In the blink of an eye, the long-bearded scholar's whole body was buried in a pile of fire and giant wood, and no trace of him could be seen. Yang Chen held the fierce knife in his hand horizontally, and just as he was about to rush forward, he suddenly heard a wild roar. In the midst of the fire and giant wood, a huge, long, hairy claw suddenly appeared. The surrounding flames were forced back by the momentum of this claw, and unexpectedly, a path without fire appeared. However, the fire was stopped, but a few giant wood solidly smashed into the huge claw. Immediately, the owner of the claw let out a loud roar. Then, a shadow like a leopard flew out of the fire and directly pounced on Yang Chen. Yang Chen's knife was already horizontally in front of his chest, and when he saw this, he shouted loudly. He raised the fierce knife in his hand high above his head, and with a simple splitting Mount Hua, he fiercely chopped down at the leopard that was pouncing over. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the man and the beast had shrunk to less than 10 feet. However, Yang Chen's saber momentum was extremely fast. From raising it to chopping down, it took almost no time at all. There was only a bright and beautiful saber light flashing in the air, and nothing else could be seen. One of the leopard's giant claws was about to touch Yang Chen's body, but it seemed to have suddenly lost all its strength. The huge body stopped in the air, and then it turned into 2 pieces in front of Yang Chen. Separated from the left and right, an incision was as smooth as a mirror. Yang Chen's gaze was no longer on the giant leopard. He stretched out his left hand, and dozens of pyroblast talismans and giant wood talismans were detonated in his hand. He attacked the place that was still covered by the flames. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the violent explosions and collisions, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded, "Good saber! I want it." Then the long-bearded scholar's figure suddenly appeared outside the flames. He didn't look the slightest bit embarrassed, and he still had that elegant appearance. Hearing this voice and seeing the figure, Yang Chen's body shook fiercely. It was as if he had become stupid. The fierce knife in his hand flew towards the scholar, subconsciously. He actually threw it out of his hand, wanting to use the flying knife to hurt someone. Yang Chen's embarrassed appearance fell into the long-bearded scholar's eyes. He smiled slightly, and Yang Chen's knife flew in front of him. The long-bearded scholar just stretched out his hand very elegantly, and the fierce knife was in his hand. As soon as it was in his hand, the long-bearded scholar immediately felt that the fierce knife was different. He suddenly shouted, "Magic treasure?" His voice was full of surprise, as if he had suddenly won a huge prize of hundreds of millions. Before, he had always coveted the weapon in Yang Chen's hand that could easily kill his 3 companions. He even suspected that it was a treasure talisman. After seeing Yang Chen kill his spirit pet with his own eyes, he confirmed that the fierce knife in Yang Chen's hand was the treasure talisman he had always wanted. So he didn't think about it and reached out to take it. He didn't expect that the knife was actually a magic treasure. Once he thought that a magic treasure would immediately become his, the long-bearded scholar was so happy that he almost fainted. A Qi training level 1 guy didn't know what was good, but that didn't mean he didn't know what was good. However, as soon as he discovered that it was a magic treasure, the knife in his hand suddenly released a fierce sword intent, as if it was going to bite him. Magic treasure! Immediately after, his voice changed. He still shouted the same thing, but the meaning behind it was completely different. This time, his voice was full of fear and shock. If it was a normal magic treasure, the flying sword, with his chi training level 8 cultivation, he might have been able to take it. If a chi training level 1 guy could hold it unscathed, then it must be a magic treasure that hadn't been refined. This kind of magic treasure, he was confident that he could hold it in his hand. However, he didn't expect that this magic treasure was actually so tyrannical. As soon as the long-bearded scholar felt something was wrong, he immediately wanted to shake off the fierce knife in his hand, but it was already too late. The surging sword intent directly rushed into his body, straight to the center of his divine sense. Chi, the scholar's body, was like a hedgehog. Innumerable sharp shadows appeared crazily. In a flash, the scholar's body was full of holes, turning him into a big ladle. Then his whole body seemed to have no bones, softly paralyzed like a puddle of mud. If you really have the cultivation of a gold core master, then I'll admit it. Yang Chen slowly walked forward, bent down to pick up the fierce knife that was inserted into the ground, put it into the merit ring, and shook his head at the meat paste on the ground. Unfortunately, you don't have it. From the beginning, Yang Chen didn't plan to rely on his own talisman to repel the enemy. The talisman made by the Chi training level 1, even if it was strengthened by the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art, using hundreds of them, it was impossible to cause any harm to the Chi training level 8 experts. So many talisman exploded, all to cover this last blow of the flying knife. Yang Chen was stunned. Throwing the knife to hurt people was already planned. His trump card was this murderous saber. In his previous life, this magic treasure caused Chunying Palace to lose a gold core master. He didn't know how to refine it with the long-bearded scholar's cultivation level of the Chi training level 8. Forcibly taking the fierce knife, other than death, there was no other possibility. There should be another enemy. But with Yang Chen's divine sense, he actually couldn't find the other party's whereabouts. Moreover, the battle was so fierce. The momentum of the flame explosion talisman was so great. But the other party unexpectedly didn't appear. Presumably he was not here. Yang Chen no longer cared about anything else, began to slowly collect his spoils of war. Except for the long-bearded scholar, the others did not leave a complete corpse. To the enemy, Yang Chen naturally had no need to be polite. The 4 intact Qiankuan bags naturally became Yang Chen's personal belongings. Chapter 74. 3 7th layer Qi condensation and 1/8 layer Qi condensation expert were pursuing him. No matter how good-natured Yang Chen was, he couldn't help but be enraged. This matter was definitely Sun Haijing and Chu Heng's idea. Otherwise, Sun Haijing wouldn't have said those words before Yang Chen left. But with Sun Haijing's wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to hire these experts. This matter wasn't over yet. In his previous life, Yang Chen had been pursued before, but it wasn't when he was at this realm. The pursuit not long ago had made him feel the feeling of a stray dog from his previous life. Because fellow disciples couldn't kill each other, Yang Chen hadn't acted against Sun Haijing in Nine Earth Villa. Yet the other party was so relentless. It seemed that after he returned, he would definitely kill Sun Haijing on the day of the sect competition to vent the hatred in his heart. Continuously being pursued without retaliating was definitely not the attitude Yang Chen intended to adopt in this life. To be able to hire a 7th or 8th layer Qi condensation expert, ordinary spirit stones were impossible, unless there was a talisman treasure suitable for them, or perhaps a talisman treasure tailor-made. What Yang Chen needed to do now was to find these things in the Qiankuan pouches left behind by these people. Perhaps he could find traces of Chu Heng's methods from these things. Even if he couldn't find them, Yang Chen still had to spread the news. As a cultivation-imparting disciple, Chu Heng had always been at odds with Yang Chen. This was an open secret between Nine Earth Villa and Ishio Villa. The rumors would cause him to be badly battered for a period of time. Instead, hire assassins to kill? Yang Qin hadn't thought about it, since he'd started over, and even the Jade Emperor had become a ghost under his blade, no matter what kind of enemy Yang Chen wanted to kill with his own hands, just like these people he'd just killed. Yang Chen tossed the corpses of these people into the maze. In such a short amount of time, he didn't have to worry about anyone discovering them. If things continued as they were, it would be decades before these corpses were discovered. Under the cover of the maze, it took Yang Qin almost 10 days to recover from the physical backlash caused by using the medicine garden's protection array. Fortunately, the purification bottle absorbed enough spiritual power this time. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual power was not destroyed. But even so, with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness in the middle stage of the foundation stage, his spiritual awareness was still injured due to forcibly stimulating the array. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already collected the medicine garden. Even if he suffered backlash, it would not be fatal. He just lost a part of his spiritual awareness. The three purities' secret art was amazing. In just a few days, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was repaired. When he reappeared, he was in the Qinkuan Pavilion in Qinkuan Mountain. This was the shop of the Pure Yang Palace. Yang Qin walked in, and others saw the Pure Yang Palace mark on the Qinkuan bag on his waist. No one stopped him and let him go to the lobby. Dong! A cotton bag was thrown heavily on the table by Yang Qin. The frost on his face made Yang Qin look a little fierce. He deliberately exuded a little murderous aura, which made Yang Qin look aggressive. If he was not obviously a disciple of Chunying Palace, maybe someone would have thrown him out. Junior brother Yang, what is this? A fat shopkeeper appeared quietly in front of Yang Qin. Since he was one of them, of course, the shopkeeper had to come out to receive him. The shopkeeper was also in the 6th layer of qi refining, but he used to be a servant. After reaching the 5th layer of qi refining, he could choose to go out and take charge of the business for the sect. He had always been very respectful to these disciples who were allowed to go out to gain experience in Chunying Palace. Yang Qin had been here last time. As the shopkeeper, he naturally recognized it. I was chased by several people. This is their head. Yang Qin directly opened the cloth bag, revealing 3.5 heads and several rune weapons that looked good at first glance. The reason why there were 3.5 heads was that the guy who was minced by the sword formation could not find a whole head. Only half of it was found, but the identity could still be vaguely seen from the remaining half head. These things were found from them. It is very similar to the method of Chunying Palace. Yang Qin sneered. When did the people in Chunying Palace collude with outsiders to kill the disciples of our sect? The shopkeeper was shocked when he heard this. Yang Qin was ambushed by a killer before he entered Jirong Mountain Villa. This incident directly caused almost all the individual cultivators around Meiqing Mountain to be interrogated. The last incident was just yesterday. Today, Yang Chen was chased again, and the disciples of Chunying Palace were involved. For the shopkeeper, this was simply a bolt from the blue. The shopkeeper identified the heads of several people and immediately recognized them. They were several famous individual cultivators. They formed a group and often appeared in the marketplace. However, their cultivation was very good. Yang Chen was only a disciple at the first hurdle of Lianqi realm, but he actually killed the other party. This made the shopkeeper shocked, but he also admired Yang Chen. There should be one more of these guys. Go find his whereabouts. Maybe we can know who did it. Yang Chen reminded him. Then he got up and left. I still have a task. Senior brother, please deal with this matter. I don't want every disciple of Chunying Palace to be chased before they leave Meiqing Mountain when they go out to gain experience. Not to mention that Yang Chen left when the news spread back to Chunying Palace. Everyone was furious. The disciples of the law enforcement hall came out in full force and once again set off an earth-shaking investigation around Meiqing Mountain. Sun Haijing, who got the news, was in a panic. Finally, he couldn't hold back the fear in his heart. In the name of seeking advice, he came to Chu Hung again. Master, what should we do? If we are found by the law enforcement hall, we will all be finished." Sun Haijing almost cried as he said this. It was a big crime to kill a fellow disciple. Once it was known, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Why are you panicking?" Chu Heng was also a little scared, but he didn't show up directly after all. He first made a gesture to seal the surroundings and then asked, "Did you give the search array to the guy who is still alive?" "Yes, master." Sun Haijing was afraid of this. Once the guy who was still alive was found, he would immediately die without a burial place. "Don't be afraid. I also left a tracking array on that magic array." Chu Heng stood up and calmly tidied up his clothes. "He will not live past tomorrow's sunrise. You go back first. If others ask you, just say that you don't know anything." "Yes, master." Sun Haijing was relieved when he heard that Chu Heng had other arrangements. He returned to his small courtyard and immediately began to do closed-door training, ignoring the things outside. When Sun Haijing went far away, Chu Heng flashed out of the door. Looking at the direction where Sun Haijing disappeared, he scolded in his heart, "Useless! You can't even do such a small thing, and I have to do it. Humph! If it weren't for the obvious traces of killing you, I would have killed you long ago." After scolding, his figure flashed away. Chapter 75. Chu Heng was now faced with a very awkward and dangerous situation. If he could not get rid of the guy who came to ask for the array in time, he would have to face the punishment of murdering his fellow sect members once the disciples of the law enforcement hall found him first. Even if he was an inner sect disciple who had built his foundation and Yang Qin was just an outer sect disciple, the sect rules were the rules and would not change because of their cultivation. Moreover, Du Qian had always admired Yang Qin. Even the guys from the law enforcement hall had a strong sense of approval for Yang Qin, who was an executioner. Once they found out that he was the mastermind, he was afraid that he could only admit his guilt and escape from the sect. What angered Chu Heng the most was that a small outer sect disciple, and a first-level chi refining one at that. If it were in other sects, even the others in the sect would not be qualified to go out. Not to mention fighting with people. In this realm, at most he could only learn to draw some talisman paper. Even the lowest level of spells needed to be at the second level of the chi refining stage to learn. How did Yang Qin defeat several senior killers? Could it be that a disciple in the foundation establishment stage was involved? Du Qian and Yang Qin had always had a good relationship. Could it be that Du Qian had appeared? It was not that Chu Heng did not suspect this, but if Du Qian had appeared, it would not have been Yang Qin who carried his head to Qinqiu Pavilion. It should have been the disciples of the law enforcement hall who came to find him. However, to make Chu Heng believe that Yang Qin did it alone, he would never believe it. Just by relying on Yang Qin, a guy who only cultivated for 2 hours a day, at most 2 chi cycles, and spent his free time in the sutra depository reading jade slips. He was a guy who did not do proper work. If it was about alchemy, Chu Heng might believe it. But if it was about fighting, Chu Heng would not believe it. One person could defeat 10 people? It was possible to defeat a third-level chi refining disciple like Sun Haijing, but to defeat an opponent who was 6 or 7 levels lower than him by relying on strength, especially when surrounded by them, Chu Heng would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The only explanation was that Yang Qin had someone helping him, and this was the reason why Chu Heng was fearless. According to this logic, Yang Qin's motive for joining Chunying Palace was not pure. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill Yang Qin, nor did he get any evidence of his impure motives. Chu Heng could only kill the killer from Midsummer first. Otherwise, before he could catch Yang Qin's weakness, he would be in trouble. The news naturally spread back to the 9-Earth Mountain Villa, causing the outer sect disciples of the villa to all become confident. The disciples of Chunying Palace who were in the first level of the chi refining realm could actually kill a few individual cultivators who were in the 7th or 8th level of the chi refining realm. If this was not the superiority of the sect, then what was it? Everyone seemed to be more excited than usual. Shenda, and the other 3 were even more abnormally excited. The greater Yang Chen's reputation was, the higher their status would be in the future. As long as they were loyal, Yang Chen would definitely support them. Compared to the confidence of the other disciples, Chinda and the other 3 had a deep understanding of their own strength. Yang Chen killing a 7th or 8th level qi refining assassin was because of Yang Chen's cultivation. It had nothing to do with them. The only one who was terrified was probably Sun Haijing. Right now, he practically couldn't eat and couldn't sleep at night. He lived in great fear all day. If he could choose again, he definitely wouldn't have said those sarcastic words before Yang Chen left. Other people might think it was an exaggeration, but Sun Haijing was very clear that those guys really did have a cultivation of the 7th or 8th level. Moreover, Yang Chen definitely didn't have anyone to help him. After martial uncle Du Qian left the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, he returned to Chunyang Palace and never left. Chu Heng had been keeping an eye on this, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Yang Chen really did kill those 4 assassins by himself. 3 of them were at the 7th level, and 1 was at the 8th level. Even if Sun Haijing himself had worked extremely hard during this period of time, his cultivation was only at the 4th level. Even if he counted the talisman weapons and talisman treasures that Chu Heng rewarded him, Sun Haijing might still have the confidence to fight against a 5th level qi refining. If it was a 6th level qi refining, he might have a 10 to 20% chance. He didn't even dare to think about the 7th level qi refining. But Yang Chen actually killed 3 of them at the 7th level and 1 at the 8th level. Based on Sun Haijing's understanding of those guys, it was very likely that they attacked together. Even so, they were still killed by Yang Chen. Then, on the day of the sect competition, even if Yang Chen didn't buy any talisman weapons or talisman treasures, it would still be enough to kill him. Right now, he was practically counting the number of days he had left with his fingers, waiting for death. For Sun Haijing, who had just joined Chunyang Palace a few years ago and thought that his future would be limitless because he had the thick thighs of Chu Heng's disciple, it was worse than death. Every time he thought about how he was possessed and how he made things difficult for Yang Chen when he entered the sect, Sun Haijing's whole body trembled silently, as if he also regretted the choice he had made at that time. Yang Chen was no longer worried about whether those guys had accomplices or not. He believed that Chu Heng would look forward to those people's deaths more than Yang Chen. Anyway, he had already reported the matter to the Law Enforcement Hall of Chunyang Palace. If those guys' accomplices still dared to appear instead of running for their lives, he would really be convinced by these people. Now, Yang Chen could finally leisurely ride the paper crane made by the black-clothed man and fly peacefully. He believed that after the news spread, no one would dare to chase after him again. Yang Chen just threw a few heads at Qianqiu Pavilion, but it caused a big earthquake within the scope of Chunyang Palace's power. Almost all the individual cultivators were interrogated one by one, and at the same time, the lives of those killers were completely dug out. Because these people were dead, many people had no scruples about speaking, and immediately countless evil deeds of these people, who bullied people and took advantage of women, were revealed. But what everyone was most interested in was the way these people died. An outer mountain disciple of Chunyang Palace, who was at the 1st level of qi refining, killed 4 of them, 3 at the 7th level of qi refining, and 1 at the 8th level of qi refining? How is this possible? After countless people heard the news, they all had the same thought. No one would believe that a person at the 1st level of qi refining could kill 4 masters at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. Perhaps there were many geniuses who could kill opponents at a higher level when they were at a lower level, but that was only limited to 1 or 2 levels higher. For example, it was completely possible for a person at the 1st level of qi refining to kill a person at the 2nd level of qi refining. However, it was simply absurd to want to kill several opponents with a difference of 6 or 7 levels. Chunyang Palace must be crazy to promote this disciple. The news slowly spread and reached the ears of people from other sections. The first reaction of those people was that Chunyang Palace wanted to cultivate this disciple. When they heard that Yang Chen turned out to be an executioner in the past, many people curled their lips to express their disdain. Even if they were all cultivators and shouldn't have these distracting thoughts, they couldn't care so much. At that time, they must teach this arrogant boy a lesson. They must teach Chunying Palace a lesson. Chapter 76. Yang Chen didn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Along the way, Yang Chen did not ride the paper crane again, but walked slowly like a sightseeing tour. Along the way, he enjoyed the scenery along the way, and almost all the famous mountains and rivers he passed were visited by him. Along the way, Yang Chen did not waste time, but carefully observed everything he saw. The law of man, the law of the earth, the law of heaven, the law of heaven, the law of nature. Yang Chen called what he was doing now the law of the earth, learning from the earth. In his previous life, he was only proficient in fire spells, but not proficient in other things. Although he saw a lot of experience and lessons of predecessor cultivation in the scriptures pavilion, they were all others. Some Yang Chen could understand, some did not understand. Just through observation along the way, combined with his own understanding, he could integrate those things. Things below the foundation stage, the law of the earth was enough. Not only below the foundation stage, but even below the Deshang stage, the experience of the law of the earth was enough. As for the heaven, the law of nature, that was the realm that higher levels of cultivation would pursue. Whether it was mountains, the earth, rivers, trees, flowers, and plants, they were all objects of Yang Chen's careful observation. Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, a master of the heavenly court said that one flower, one world, a grain of sand, a tender leaf, and a vast forest of mountains, there was not much difference. Yang Chen comprehended the truth of this and slowly consumed time. As for the experience of the mortal world, it was not necessary for Yang Chen, a great principal golden immortal who had been reborn. Yang Chen just needed to do it according to his own needs. Even so, when Yang Chen arrived at the floating mountain, there were still 4 or 5 days before July 20th. As soon as he entered the foot of the floating mountain, before he entered the small town-like market, Yang Chen saw the figure of Gong Sunling in a pavilion on the side of the road. Gong Sunling was still wearing a light yellow, form-fitting palace dress. The embroidery on the hem of the dress that left a deep impression on Yang Chen was still as exquisite as ever. Yang Chen knew that all of these were made by Gong Sunling herself. Even though Gong Sunling was only at the 6th layer of qi training and couldn't refine magic treasures, when Gong Sunling made the clothes for herself, she was not careless at all. Every part of the clothes was exquisite. Her slender legs and slender waist were complemented by her tailored clothes, making it even more difficult for people to look away. Gong Sunling was holding a jade slip and studying it with great concentration. The serious expression on her face showed that she was extremely focused. From Yang Chen's angle, he could only see half of her face, but that kind of quiet and elegant demeanor made Yang Chen lose his mind for a moment. Yang Chen hadn't seen many beauties, but the ones he had seen were all peerless beauties. Chang Yi, 9 Heavens, Xian and Vi, Jinu, and other female immortals. Any one of them was peerless. However, these did not have much attraction to Yang Chen. When a person lives in humiliation all day long, how could he care about these things? In this life, the one that left the deepest impression on Yang Chen was his beautiful master. Other people, even the cold and elegant Shi Shanshan, the future little beauty son Qingxue, did not leave any impression on Yang Chen's heart. But at this moment, Yang Chen was attracted to Gong Sunling. Maybe it was because of Gong Sunling's kind reminder in the Sutra Depository Pavilion, or maybe it was because she was immersed in studying here. But in short, Yang Chen suddenly liked looking at this beautiful face. It seemed that looking at her would make him feel at ease for a moment. After staring blankly for a while, Gong Sunling's attention finally turned from the jade slip to Yang Chen. When Yang Chen was still far away, she already knew. It was just that she was thinking about a problem, so she did not pay attention to Yangchen. But now it was not good to be so rude. She just raised her head and revealed a faint smile, nodded slightly, and said, "You're here, junior brother Yang." That smile and slight nod made Yangchen suddenly have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. Even if Du Qian took care of him so much, Yangchen did not feel this from him. And Gong Sunling had only said no more than 5 sentences to Yangchen, but Yangchen already had such a feeling. "I'm here, senior sister." Just at this moment, Yangchen made a decision. In this life, she absolutely could not let the tragedy of her previous life repeat itself. Such a stunning genius should not and could not fall the moment she ascended. Just after making this decision, before Yangchen had time to speak, he saw Gong Sunling's face change. Suddenly pointing at Yangchen, she asked in horror, "Junior brother Yang, what's going on with your spiritual power? How can it be so messy?" It was Gong Sunling who keenly discovered that Yang Chen's body unexpectedly had various types of spiritual power, so mixed and impure. Wasn't this the same as destroying his own cultivation? Originally, when Yang Chen was still in the Qi refining first layer, he had fire attribute spiritual power, and his other spiritual power was suppressed by the Yin-Yang 5 elements reverse technique. So it was not easy to be detected by others, so whether it was Chu Hong or Du Qian, or even Zhu Qintao, they did not notice it. Now that Yang Chen's Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art had entered the second layer of Qi refining first layer, his spiritual power had greatly increased, so it was naturally noticed by Gong Sunling. Yang Chen had a Martian spiritual root, so naturally he was proficient in fire attribute spiritual power. Suddenly, there was another type of spiritual power in his body. How could it not worry people? Such a messy spiritual power. Was there something wrong with Yang Chen? It's just 5 elements of spiritual power, nothing to make a fuss about. While Yang Chen's heart was warm, his face showed a smile. "I just wanted to experience how to use my fire attribute spiritual power to simulate other attributes of spiritual power. So I tried to practice other attributes of cultivation methods to understand." Gong Sunling's face instantly became extremely interesting. This junior brother Yang Chen was really surprising. He stayed in the Sutra Depository for more than half a year, reading all the ancient books. And he also wanted to practice the other attributes of the 5 elements of cultivation methods to understand other attributes. This idea simply made people speechless. However, since Yang Chen's current cultivation had improved greatly, at least Gong Sunling could see that he had gone one step further than when he was in the Sutra Depository. There should not be any big problems for the time being. She could only remind him, "Then you have to be careful. Don't neglect the essentials." "Senior sister, don't worry, I know what I am doing." Yang Chen gave Gong Sunling a reassuring smile and then asked, "Senior sister is here. Is it because you are waiting for me?" "You are Yang Chen?" Without waiting for Gong Sunling to answer, a stranger's voice suddenly came in from the side. The junior who claimed to be the first layer of Qi refining first layer that Chunyang Palace has vigorously cultivated and killed several killers in the 7th and 8th layer of Qi refining first layer. In the voice, there was an unusual, unpleasant tone, as if he was trying to find a liar hidden in the crowd. Chapter 77. With the voice, from the direction of the floating air, several figures appeared. All of them were in the air, flying toward this side at high speed. There were men and women flying over. It seemed that no one used a practitioner weapon when flying. Obviously, they were all at least at the 6th level of Lianqi realm. Yang Chen frowned. He and senior sister apprentice had just met and talked. Where did a bunch of messy people jump out and interrupt? Looking at Gong Sunling's expression, she was also frowning and dissatisfied. At the moment, he had a plan in his mind. "Who said that? Nonsense." Yang Chen directly retorted without thinking. "Who spread this rumor? Don't spread false information and lose your duty as a cultivator." The other side came aggressively, but they did not expect that Yang Chen would deny it. Suddenly, the leader who had just spoken fell into an awkward situation. Originally, he wanted to use this rumor to attack and ridicule Yang Qin, but Yang Qin denied it. How could he get angry? Moreover, Yang Qin's tongue was unforgiving. Not only did he deny it, but he also directly put a big hat of spreading false information. It seemed that the people who came over were a little reckless. Fellow Taoism Yang Qin of Chunying Palace is also here. You tell me, is this fellow Taoism Yang Qin the one who killed a few killers today? The leader was a young man. As soon as they landed, they began to attack Gong Sunling. Yang Qin himself admitted that it was nonsense, and he had no excuse to pursue it, but being counterattacked by Yang Qin made them a little angry. It was inevitable that they would ask for advice from the more senior disciples of Chunying Palace. This is my junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling's face was covered with frost, and she asked bluntly, "But what does this have to do with you? Could it be that those killers were sent by you?" "What are you talking about? We have no grievances with your junior brother Yang in the past. Why do you want to find killers?" The leading young man did not care about Gong Sunling's question at all. He still said with a smile, "Besides, if there is any discord, can't we do it ourselves? It's ridiculous to ask others to do it, unless some people are afraid of harming their fellow disciples, so they dare not do it themselves." While speaking, he satirized the internal strife of Chunying Palace. "So, today, fellow Taoism Han is going to clean up the sect for Chunying Palace?" Although Gong Sunling was usually kind in the face of such provocation, she still fought back very fiercely. In the face of provocation, although Yang Qin was by her side, she was a senior sister. At this time, she should stand up for Yang Qin. I don't dare. The man surnamed Han was Han Jinda, an Outer Mountain disciple of Tianquan sect. Like Gong Sunling, he was a disciple at the 6th level of qi refining. Today, after learning that Yang Qin was coming, he deliberately came to mock Yang Qin, but he did not expect to meet Gong Sunling. In the face of Gong Sunling, who had the same cultivation as him, Han Jinda did not dare to use the same tone as he did to Yang Qin. After saying that he didn't dare, Han Jinda immediately turned his eyes to Yang Qin and said with a smile, "Junior brother Yang, since it is a rumor, shouldn't you refute it for everyone, lest it affects the reputation of Chunying Palace?" Of course. Under the astonished gaze of Gong Sunling, Yang Qin took a step forward and said with certainty, "I don't know which bastard spread the rumor," and it even caused a group of boring guys to run around as if they had killed their parents and raped their wives and daughters. How can I not refute the rumor? Pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey in front of him was just that. If Han Jinda and the group of people he brought could bear it, they would not have heard the rumor and come to find trouble with Yang Qin. In this world, even among the cultivators, there are also a group of people who could not tolerate others having a better reputation than them. Then, how does fellow Yang intend to refute the rumor? Kowtow to the people who heard the rumor? Han Jinda sneered and said bluntly. The people behind him were the same kind of people. Just now they were provoked by Yang Qin's words, and now naturally laughed out loud. Oh, so the rumor-refuting rule of fellow Taoist Han sect is for the person who heard the rumor to kowtow to the people who heard the rumor. Yang Qin's mouth was wide open, and he suddenly turned to Gong Sunling and said, "Senior apprentice sister, on the way here, I heard a few rumors about fellow Taoist Han's sect leader. Do you want to ask fellow Taoist Han to pass on a message to their sect leader to refute the rumor?" Gong Sunling only smiled and said nothing. Han Jinda's lungs were about to explode. What kind of words are these? Ask their sect leader to kowtow to apologize? You dare to insult my sect? Insult the sect leader of the Tianquan sect? Han Jinda angrily shouted at Yang Qin. Yang Qin was not afraid in the slightest. According to fellow Taoist Han, refuting the rumor is an insult to your sect, an insult to the sect leader of the Tianquan sect? Can I take it that you are insulting the palace leader of the Chunying Palace? You. Han Jinda pointed at Yang Qin and suddenly didn't know what to say. Yang Qin had indeed said that he would ask the sect leader to refute the rumor, but he didn't say that he would ask the sect leader to kowtow to apologize. However, his previous words were clearly what he meant. However, no matter what, he couldn't accuse Yang Qin of anything, because Yang Chen's every sentence was counterattacked according to his own meaning. If he said that Yang Chen was wrong, he would be slapping himself in the face first. Then please tell us the truth, fellow Taoist Yang, so that we won't misunderstand. Han Jianda was about to say something, but was stopped by a woman behind him. After stopping Han Jianda, the woman faced Yang Qin and said to Yang Chen with a smile on her face, "I don't know which bastard spread the rumor." After cursing, Yang Chen said fiercely, "Don't you know that people will misunderstand if you only spread half the number?" When he said that, even Gong Sunling turned her head in surprise. "What do you mean by half the number? Don't tell me that Yang Qin killed more than 3 cultivators of the 7th level and one of the 8th level? Double the number?" The people on the other side, including Han Jianda, were dumbfounded. It wasn't because they were shocked, because they had already been shocked. They were shocked because where did Yang Qin get the courage to say such nonsense? Doesn't he know that as soon as he makes a move, no matter how much he boasted, he will be seen through? Could it be that fellow Taoist Yang meant to say that you killed 6 7th layer Qi refining cultivators and 2 8th layer Qi refining cultivators? Han Jianda finally grasped the opportunity to speak again. He asked sinisterly, "I said that I have the strength of the 2nd level, not the 1st level." Yang Chen looked at the group of people on the other side as if he was looking at an idiot, and then muttered in a low voice, "Damn, I finally know who spread the rumor. What the hell?" Chapter 78. Although the voice of the muttering was low, but all the people present were successful in their cultivation, and all of them listened to Yang Chen's muttering. Yang Chen's last scolding words were not missing, and he could hear it clearly. After listening to Yang Chen's words, Gong Sunling smiled in her heart, and the frost on her face disappeared a little. This junior brother Yang was really not easy to deal with. Han Jianda was so angry that he was about to explode. A group of people came to slap the face of Chunyang Palace in high spirits, but now they were scolded by Yang Qin without a chance to fight back. How could he not be angry? I don't know if fellow Taoist Yang is interested in learning from each other. Han Jianda, who was so angry that he didn't care that he was at the 6th level of Qi refining and his opponent was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. He opened his mouth and issued a challenge. Learning from each other. Yang Qin shook his head. "I'm not your opponent. Forget it." Hearing Yang Qin admit defeat so easily, everyone, including Gong Sunling, was a little surprised. Why? Junior brother Yang doesn't have the courage. Han Jianda almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was ready to fight, but Yang Qin easily avoided it. It was as uncomfortable as punching the air with all his strength. He wanted to provoke, but Yang Qin directly admitted defeat. What else was there to provoke? Even if it was set out, Yang Qin was a disciple at the 2nd level of Qi refining. It was not a shameful thing to admit defeat to a guy at the 6th level of Qi refining. But the problem was that Han Jianda couldn't get over it, so he immediately spoke sarcastically. "It has nothing to do with courage." Yang Qin shook his head and walked directly behind Gong Sunling. "There are too many rules in learning from each other. I'm not your opponent, but if fellow Taoist Han is really interested, you might as well find a time when there are more people and try to challenge me to the death." After that, he no longer paid attention to Han Jianda and said directly to Gong Sunling, "Senior sister, didn't you come to pick me up? I'm sure the elders in the sect are also waiting anxiously. Let's go over now." Gong Sunling nodded noncommittally and walked away. Yang Chen blindly followed behind him and directly arrived in front of the few people. However, the few people did not dare to stop him. They moved aside and let the two of them go. After walking a few steps, Yang Chen turned back and said, "I'll be here until the end of the gathering. Fellow Taoist Han, don't be late." After taking a few more steps, Yang Qin turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, don't tell me you don't have the courage." The words that Han Jianda used to ridicule Yang Qin were returned to him by Yang Qin. Even if Han Jianda didn't want to issue this challenge, it was not up to him at this time. However, Yang Qin had just said that there were more people. It was clear that Han Jianda had no reason to resolve this privately. Han Jianda was also forced to the edge of the cliff. After watching Gong Sunling and Yang Qin enter the town, Han Jianda and the others looked at each other in dismay. Then they quickly excused themselves and left to find their sect elders. "Junior brother, you shouldn't have forced him like that." After Gong Sunling walked into the town, she suddenly sighed and said, "Provoking an enemy for no reason, it's not worth it." "I didn't provoke him, but didn't he come looking for me?" Yang Qin smiled and said, "In any case, he already came looking for me. It's not a bad thing to let them know the consequences. Otherwise, they will think that you are a pushover." Gong Sunling wanted to say something more. After listening to Yang Qin's words, she didn't say anything in the end. She just took Yang Qin to a branch of Qianqiu Pavilion here. This was a stronghold of Chunyang Palace. They were responsible for the daily life of the disciples who came to Chunyang Palace for the annual gathering on the floating mountain. Chunyang Palace also had a Jedan Supreme Master Rush here, but it was not anyone who was familiar with Yang Qin. Yang Qin just paid a routine visit and went to the room arranged for him to rest, no longer caring about anything else. Gong Sunling was not as free and easy as Yang Qin. She just reported what had just happened. "This kid, he is really stubborn." The Jedan Supreme Master, Su Qingxin, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs of Chunying Palace, saw further than others. Using a narrow-minded guy can make everyone no longer doubt Chunyang Palace. Good move. As long as he wins this round, I will accept the rest. Our Chunying Palace has not had such an interesting kid for a long time. Hearing Su Qingxin's words, Gong Sunling was also relieved, but she still felt a little uneasy. If Han Jianda insisted on a life-and-death challenge, how would Yang Qin accept it? She could only hope that Yang Qin really had a trump card in his hands when he killed those killers. Han Jianda hurriedly returned to the Tianquan sect's encampment and hurriedly reported what had just happened to his own sect's elders. The person in charge of the Tianquan sect here was also a Hall Master of Foreign Affairs, a Jedan Supreme Master. In front of his own Hall Master, Han Jianda did not hide anything. He knew that even if he slightly lied, the Hall Master could judge from his extremely subtle lying performance. He did not dare to lie at all. "Do you have a grudge against Chunying Palace?" After listening, the Hall Master of Foreign Affairs frowned and asked in a low voice. "No." Han Jianda hurriedly replied. "What a joke. He was just an outer sect disciple. Why would he have a grudge against Chunyang Palace? Even if Chunyang Palace was a small sect, there were still a few Yuan-ing masters in charge. He was not arrogant enough to challenge Chunyang Palace. Then do you have a grudge against Yang Qin?" The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs frowned again and asked again. "No." Han Jianda did not dare to hide and shook his head again. "You have no enmity with the pure Yang Palace, and you have no enmity with that Yang Qin. You just heard some rumors that people killed a few high-level killers, and you want to find trouble with them?" The Foreign Affairs Hall Master couldn't help but ask this sentence. His tone showed that he was extremely dissatisfied. Disciple. Han Jianda did not know what to say. He could only mumble a few words, but could not say anything else. A level 6 Qi refining stage challenging a level 2 Qi refining stage. You really dare to do what you said. You only dared to compare notes with each other. You don't even dare to challenge me to a life and death challenge. You really make our Tianquan sect proud. The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs did not know what to say to Han Jianda. Is it glorious to win against you? Or is there any benefit to losing? Have you never used your brain to think about it? Han Jianda's face turned pale. Only now did he realize how stupid his previous actions were. Even if Yang Chen could not defeat him, Chunyang Palace could easily let go of the rumor. But he himself would be hated by everyone in Chunyang Palace. Why did he have to be so blinded and insist on doing this? He has already challenged you to a life and death challenge. If you don't dare to accept, then admit defeat and go back to the mountain for 10 years. The Hall Master of Foreign Affairs ordered casually. If you dare, go and challenge him tomorrow. Don't bring shame to our Tianquan sect. Chapter 79. Before the drama of the floating mountain gathering began, there was a small interlude. Han Jianda, an outer disciple of the Tianquan sect, issued a life and death challenge to Yang Qin, an outer disciple of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin accepted the challenge immediately. The two agreed on a time to have a life and death battle in an open space outside the town. A life and death battle between two outer disciples of two sects was the most straightforward way to resolve the enmity between two parties. No matter what the result was, both parties had to let go of all their previous grievances. Of course, since it was a life and death battle, most of the time, it would end with the death of one party. Since the person was already dead, what grievances could there be that couldn't be put down? There was a great disparity in strength between the two parties. One was at the 6th level of Qi training, the other was at the 2nd level of Qi training. However, this was also the origin of this life and death battle. Although Han Jinda already had some regrets, he couldn't be a coward and not dare to challenge Yang Qin to a duel. The main characters hadn't shown up yet, but there were already many people gathered around the agreed-upon open space. Most of them were disciples below the foundation establishment stage, and they were the main figures who came to participate in the floating mountain gathering. As for those experts above the foundation establishment stage, was it worth it for them to specially come and watch a fight between two juniors in the Qi training stage? Han Jinda didn't come late, but he was a little earlier than Yang Qin. When he appeared, not a single person from the Chunyang Palace appeared. Han Jinda didn't want to be distracted at this time, so he simply found a place to meditate and wait while he calmed his mind. After waiting for a long time, no one from the Chunyang Palace came. Gradually, some rumors began to spread among the crowd. What's going on? Are the people from the Chunyang Palace scared? Strange, didn't they say that there would be a life and death battle? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? That's smart. A 2nd level Qi training stage against a 6th level Qi training. Isn't that just courting death? Not necessarily. It's said that the disciple named Yang Qin from Chunyang Palace has already killed 3 killers in the 7th layer of Qi refining realm and 1 killer in the 8th layer of Qi refining realm. It's a piece of cake for him to challenge a cultivator in the 6th layer of Qi refining realm. How do you know it's true? Maybe it was deliberately spread by Chunyang Palace to promote this disciple, just to raise his status. Whether it's true or false, fellow Taoist Han, won't you find out once you fight him? What is the Tianquan sect doing this time? A 6th layer Qi practitioner challenging a 2nd layer Qi practitioner. Wasn't this bullying? I've never heard of any conflict between the Tianquan sect and the Chunyang Palace. I heard that a disciple of the Tianquan sect initiated the challenge. It was said that when fellow Taoist Han said that he wanted to compete with him, fellow Taoist Yang of Chunyang Palace directly admitted defeat and said that he was no match for fellow Taoist Han. If it was a life and death battle, he might be able to fight. Fellow Taoist Han also has no choice. He's been accused of bullying the weak for no reason. If he wins, it'll be fine. But if he loses, he'll probably lose his life and his reputation will be ruined. AI. There were all kinds of discussions. Some stood on the side of the Tianquan sect, while others stood on the side of the Chunyang Palace. Everyone had their own opinions. Fortunately, the Floating Mountain Assembly was considered a major event in the cultivation world. There were many sects participating, but they still maintained a harmonious atmosphere. Everyone was just discussing, but no one made any extreme moves or words. Of course, Han Jinda also heard these discussions. However, the more peaceful the discussions were, the more depressed Han Jinda became. It was not false at all to stand up for others. This time, it was because of this reason that he had been forced into this situation. If he had another chance, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble with Yangchen. Han Jinda was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He couldn't help but reach out to hold the talisman treasure given to him by the Hall Master of the External Affairs Division. It was a bracelet personally refined by a Golden Core Grandmaster. As long as he channeled enough spiritual energy, he could launch a devastating attack. Anyone below the Foundation establishment stage would at least lose half their life if they didn't die. His opponent, Yang Qin, was only at the second level of the Qi training stage. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Unfortunately, this bracelet was refined by the Hall Master of the External Affairs Division for a female disciple. Han Jinda could only hide it in his Qinquan bag. Otherwise, he could naturally wear it on his wrist, and it would be impossible to guard against it. With this, he could definitely kill Yang Qin. However, Han Jinda was most worried about the enmity between him and the Chunyang Palace. However, compared to his own life, the troubles in the future should be solved later. At least for now, he had to live. Thinking of this, Han Jinda slowly calmed his mind, and a confident look appeared on his face. In the eyes of others, they naturally knew what was going on. They also sighed for Yang Qin, who hadn't shown up yet. It was a pity that those who were brought to the floating mountain assembly by the sect were all disciples favored by the sect. Unexpectedly, they were going to die in a life and death challenge. Yang Qin came at the right time. A moment before the agreed time, he and Gong Sunling appeared at the venue. Gong Sunling looked like she was going to watch the show and had no intention of helping at all. In fact, it was impossible for her to help. If someone broke the rules in a life and death challenge between two people, it would be a public provocation to everyone present. I thought you were afraid of death and didn't dare to come. Han Jinda stood up and smiled coldly at Yang Qin. With a big killing weapon in his hand, he had no fear. We agreed on this hour. It's fine as long as there's no delay. Yang Qin responded faintly, and then turned to the arbitrator on the side. Can we start? The arbitrator was a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage of another sect. In a life and death duel, the arbitrator only needed to ensure that no one was secretly helping either side. There were no other rules. Hearing Yang Chen's question, the arbitrator looked at Han Jinda, and Han Jinda nodded slightly. The arbitrator did not immediately announce the start of the duel. Instead, he asked the two of them, "A life and death duel will only end when one dies. Before the duel, do you two have anything to say?" "No." Han Jinda shook his head. Anyway, the one who would die would not be him. So what was the point of saying so much nonsense? "What about you?" The arbitrator turned to Yang Qin. "Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Fellow Taoist Han, I have no enmity with you in the past, but you took the initiative to propose a life and death duel. On the road to hell, don't blame others. Go in peace." Yang Qin said expressionlessly, and then he did not speak again. The arbitrator looked left and right and calmly waved his hand. "Start." Then he quickly retreated and left the circle between the two of them. Han Jinda had a sinister smile on his face. He did not intend to use his big killing weapon at the beginning. At least before Yang Qin died, he wanted to properly humiliate him in response to the humiliation he had just said. Before Han Jinda could do anything else, his vision blurred. In his shock, his throat tightened, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Chapter 80. Relying on the 2 agility talismans that had been strengthened by the art of cultivating heaven and earth treasure, Yang Chen's speed almost doubled. The two of them weren't far from each other, so Yang Chen only needed one forceful step to arrive in front of Han Jinda. In Han Jinda's eyes, Yang Chen's figure blurred and then appeared next to him. With such speed, he was like a ghost. Han Jinda made a prompt decision to not use his trump card. However, Just as this thought came to him, it was already too late. A mountain-like pressure enveloped him tightly. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into a sea of blood hell. The terrifying aura directly destroyed all of his will to resist. His entire body stiffened, and he could no longer move. Even the immortals in the heavenly court felt afraid when Yang Chen released his killing intent to his heart's content, let alone Han Jinda, an ordinary disciple of the 6th layer of refining. In the eyes of the crowd, Han Jinda seemed to have become a fool. He only reached out to the side of his Chenkuan pouch, but he didn't make any further movements. "Spare me." These 2 words could be said as long as his mouth moved, but at this moment they were blocked in Han Jinda's throat. He couldn't shout them out even if he wanted to. He could only watch Yang Chen rush to his front. A feeling of despair filled Han Jinda's entire body. In Yang Chen's hand, an extremely valiant-looking long saber suddenly appeared. With a wave, the long saber slashed across Han Jinda's neck. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Jinda's head flew up high and blood spurted all over the ground. The instigator, Yang Chen, had already returned to his original position. He didn't even look at Han Jinda. He only stared at the referee, waiting for him to announce the result. His actions were too simple. Rushing out, swinging the saber, sheathing the saber, retreating. It was so simple that no one could suspect that there was anything wrong with it. At this moment, Han Jinda's corpse fell limply to the ground. However, Yang Chen's body was as clean as if it had just been washed. There wasn't a single trace of blood on it. Shock, horror, disbelief, all kinds of expressions appeared on the faces of the onlookers. At this moment, everyone seemed to have lost the calmness that cultivators should have, the cultivation that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. It was vividly displayed on everyone's faces. Who would have thought that a 2nd layer of qi refining and a 6th layer of qi refining, with a difference of 4 layers, would have such an unexpected result in a duel to the death? Countless people felt a chill in their hearts after witnessing this. It was as if the blade Yang Chen had used on Han Jinda's neck had landed on their heads. Before this, if Han Jinda had not jumped out, they might have been the next to mock and provoke Yang Chen. Countless people rejoiced in their hearts. They rejoiced that they had not been so impatient. They also rejoiced that Han Jinda had jumped out so early and set a living example for everyone. Other than Gong Sunling, no one dared to believe the result. For a very long time, everyone maintained a dumbstruck expression. Even if Gong Sunling did not doubt Yang Chen's words before, she did not expect that against Han Jinda, who was at the 6th layer of qi refining, Yang Chen would be able to deal with him so easily. The deathly silence continued until Yang Chen spoke again. "In a duel, I am not your opponent." Yang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was as if he was awakening everyone. At the same time, it was as if he was reminding everyone, however, in a duel to the death, it seems that you are not my opponent. Now everyone understood the reason why Yang Chen admitted that he was not his opponent in a duel, but no one wanted to question this result. The separation of Han Jinda's head had already explained everything, especially the bracelet in his hand, which was still tightly clenched after his death, was obviously a top talisman treasure at first glance. Han Jinda died before he even had time to use his talisman treasure. Even if the others were not convinced, seeing the scene, they were convinced that Yang Chen had killed several assassins at the 7th and 8th layer of qi refining. The arbitrator finally reacted. He looked down at Han Jinda's body, raised his head expressionlessly, and said, "Chunyang Palace's Yang Chen wins." Then he did not say anything more. 2 juniors in the qi refining stage fought to the death. As a third-party disciple in the foundation building realm, he did not care who won and who lost. Although he was surprised by the fierceness of Yang Chen's blade, he was only a little surprised. After all, Yang Chen was not the only one in the world who could challenge someone at a higher level. At this point, the life and death duel had completely come to an end. Han Jinda's body would naturally be taken care of by the people from the Tianquan sect. Yang Qin did not pay attention to the crowd. He smiled at Gong Sunling, who had come to support him. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked calmly back to the Qianqiu pavilion, as if they had entered an uninhabited land. Only when the two of them had completely disappeared did the crowd start to discuss among themselves. Did you see that? He had the confidence to kill. AI, fellow Han must have taken things too hard. Why did he have to challenge such a fierce person to the death? Why bother? Isn't it because he wanted to stand out? He thought he was so great and looked down on others. The other party had already admitted defeat, but he still pursued relentlessly. He only has himself to blame. Quite a few people were interested in what Yang Qin had said before the duel and asked about it. Fellow Yang from Chunying Palace, what did he mean when he said that every debt has a debtor? Don't you know? Before fellow Yang became an apprentice, he was an executioner in the mortal world. This is what he said every time he killed someone. You must be careful. Don't let fellow Yang say these words to you, haha. An executioner can also cultivate. At least he killed many experts when he was at the 2nd layer of Qi training. I just saw him kill a 6th layer Qi training. Do you think he can cultivate? Young man, you did well. Su Qingxin laughed and praised Yang Qin and Gong Sunling when he saw them return to the Qianqiu pavilion. With one slash, you shut up all the doubters. You saved yourself a lot of effort. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Qin only bowed slightly in response to Su Qingxin's praise. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. Su Qingxin waved his hand and said with a smile, You, on the other hand, have added a lot of color to my pure Yang palace. In this way, you are only at the 2nd level of Qi refining and should not have a flying magic tool. This bamboo eagle was a magic tool that I used to travel in the past, so I will reward it to you. As he said this, a black light flew straight to Yang Chen's side and hovered in front of him. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed the bamboo eagle. Someone gave him a pillow when he was dozing off. How considerate. Yang Chen only had a paper crane with a tracking formation. The bamboo eagle could solve his problem. Su Qingxin was very good at judging people's cultivation. This time, Yang Chen sincerely thanked him. Rest for a few days and wait for the stairway to heaven to open. Su Qingxin ordered with a smile. I also want to know which level of heaven stage you can reach. Chapter 81. The core part of the floating mountain gathering was when the new talents of various sects accepted the test of the stairway illusion, which was jokingly called the stairway to heaven. There was a mountain peak on the floating mountain. No one knew who carved 100 steps, which led from the foot of the mountain to the top. This mountain road full of steps was the stairway to heaven. On each step of the stairway to heaven, there was an extremely powerful psychedelic array set up by a senior expert, which only targeted the disciples in the Qi refining stage. On this stairway to heaven, every step was a sharpening of one's heart. Therefore, sometimes the stairway to heaven was also called the path of self-examination. Opening the stairway to heaven required at least 10 Jindan stage grandmasters to work together, and it could only be opened at the same time every year. The opening time was limited, so the disciples who could go up the stairway to heaven were basically the disciples who were specially trained by the sect. Generally speaking, the higher the step on the stairway to heaven, the higher the achievement in the future. There were few exceptions. Each sect also attached great importance to the annual stairway to heaven. Each sect could only choose 2 outstanding disciples every year. Generally, those who were above the 5th level of Qi refining stage were allowed to go out for trials. And this year, Chunyang Palace chose Gong Sunling and Yang Qin. In the previous life, Yang Chen's aptitude was ordinary, so he had no chance to participate in the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, in this life, he was still at the 2nd level of Qi refining stage and was sent here by the sect. Every year, 10 sects would be appointed to send 10 Jindan stage grandmasters to preside over the stairway to heaven. There was a ready-made array here, as long as these Jindan stage grandmasters input their spiritual power in the specified position. Of course, if those Jindan stage grandmasters were interested, they could even slightly increase the difficulty in the process of the postgraduate entrance examination. The duel of life and death for the floating mountain gathering was just an appetizer. Everyone's mind was still on the stairway to heaven. In the past, all the disciples who walked the stairway to heaven, as long as they reached the 20th level of heaven, were all vigorously cultivated by the sect. This was an opportunity for everyone, and everyone was ready to fight for a good result. Even if they couldn't make a name for themselves, the stairway to heaven was also known as the path of questioning heart. For all the disciples who were able to step on the stairway to heaven, it was a rare opportunity to hone themselves. As long as they were selected, all of them cherished this precious opportunity. Only Yang Qin did not think that he would be selected from the beginning to the end. On the day that the stairway to heaven was opened, almost all the observation spots around the stairway to heaven were occupied by disciples from various sections. All kinds of flying talisman weapons and talisman treasures hovered in the air. There were also many people who simply relied on their own cultivation to fly in the air. No one wanted to miss the most exciting scene. The disciples who were preparing to climb the stairway were already eager to try. Among them, there were more than a dozen famous geniuses who had already planned to show off their skills on the celestial stairway and attract the attention of the world. Looking at their expressions, almost all of them had a kind of confidence that they could do it. The previous record of the stairway to heaven was set by Shi Shanshan of the Green Jade Immortal Island. On the heaven stairway, she had climbed to the 63rd step of the heaven stairway, which was unprecedented. And now, Shi Shanshan was recognized by almost all sects as a cultivation genius, who knew how many young talents were looking forward to getting Shi Shanshan's attention. Perhaps they might even have the opportunity to dual cultivate. That was simply a dream. The 10 golden core experts were already in position. After a while, the originally ordinary stone steps began to flicker with a faint light. Seeing this, all the geniuses who were waiting to climb the stairway to heaven became serious. The first to walk up was a disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace who was at the 7th level of Qi training. The first to walk up was a disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace who was at the 7th level of Qi training. Everyone watched as he slowly and firmly took 3 steps on the heaven stairway and stepped onto the 3rd level of the heaven stairway. Following that, his footsteps became chaotic, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After he reached the 14th step of the heaven stairway, he could no longer hold on. Soon after, the heaven stairway lit up, and this disciple of the Wind Cloud Palace was sent to the foot of the mountain. The disciple who appeared at the foot of the mountain then realized that he had been pushed out of the stairway to heaven. But he had no time to check how many steps he had taken. He sat down on the spot and began to meditate, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. This kind of situation had probably occurred countless times in the past, and everyone knew what was going on. However, no one disturbed the meditating Wind Cloud Palace disciple. Everyone's gazes converged on the second person on the stairway to the heavens. At the same time, many people had begun to discuss. Xie Daoist of the Wind Cloud Palace only took the 14th step. What a pity. I don't know what he saw. I'm curious. It still depends on the disciples of the Taishimin, Qingkuan sect, 5 Elements sect, Blue Cloud sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island. Amidst the crowd's discussion, this year's new disciples took turns to ascend the sky stairway one by one. The light on the stairway to heaven was constantly flashing, as if it had never dimmed. Reincarnation Valley, one was level 17 and one was level 23. Both disciples were famous geniuses, especially the disciple who had ascended to the 23rd step, who was already famous in the world. When everyone saw this result, they were all in awe. His reputation was well deserved. Mo Yun sect, The two geniuses were both below the 15th step. It seemed that their two geniuses came purely with the purpose of training, and did not care much about the result. But after the two disciples came down from the stairway, their faces were full of joy, as if they had benefited a lot. This time, there was a male disciple from the green jade Immortal Island who directly crossed the 28th step of the heaven. It was immediately spread. This was already the best result among the dozens of people who went up the stairway to heaven today. Coming down from the stairway to heaven, the disciple of the green jade Immortal Island did not immediately retreat like the others, but sat quietly in the same place, watching the performance of those who went up the stairway behind him, looking very relaxed. However, the limelight of the green jade Immortal Island had just come out, and immediately a female disciple of the Taishaman snatched all the halos. The 7th level of Qi refining, the descendant of Shanshan, climbed the stairway to the 35th step of the heaven. Except for the fact that she couldn't be with Shanshan, she was a talented disciple with a great future. This year, the two rookie disciples of the green jade Immortal Island were all shining brightly, and the light was unparalleled. Even the Taishaman couldn't match them. Soon, it was the turn of the two disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 82. Because of Yang Chen's previous challenge, Chunyang Palace had left a deep impression in everyone's mind. Yang Chen beheaded Han Jinda with one slash. Although many sects did not say it out loud, they were slightly dissatisfied in their hearts. In any case, everyone always felt that there was no need to fight to the death since they were both famous and decent sections. However, this time, Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace did a really good job. He directly admitted defeat in the competition. Everyone knew this. Moreover, Yang Chen had said in advance that he would admit defeat in the competition. If they wanted to know his actual strength, they had to challenge him to the death. For the sake of his reputation, Han Jinda took the initiative to challenge Yang Chen to the death, but many people selectively ignored this point. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen, with the strength of the 2nd level of Qi refining, defeated Han Jinda, who was at the 6th level of Qi refining. Many people felt that the dignity of the senior had been challenged. In addition, no one knew where Yang Chen's background as an executioner came from, so they were very unhappy with Yang Chen. Therefore, they also had the same opinion about Gong Sunling, another disciple of Chunyang Palace. Senior sister, the Heaven Stairway's illusory matrix may be different from any illusory matrix you have studied. Before Gong Sunling was about to go up the Heaven Stairway, Yang Chen stopped her and said in a low voice, "Sometimes it may launch an attack based on the weakness of your character. Senior sister, when necessary, you have to strike like a thunderbolt. You can't just think about making peace and making concessions." Gong Sunling was very stunned. She had never thought about what Yang Chen said to her before. Moreover, Yang Chen said it very confidently, as if Yang Chen knew the Heaven Stairway's illusory matrix very well. It could not help but make Gong Sunling a little surprised. Fortunately, Gong Sunling believed that Yang Chen would not harm her. She nodded slightly, gave Yang Chen a smile, and then stepped onto the first step of the Heaven Stairway. Among the 10 Supreme Masters in Jedon Realm, only Su Qingxin was the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of Chunyang Palace. The other 9 were all trying to make a fool of Chunyang Palace. As soon as Gong Sunling stepped onto the Heaven Step, she immediately felt a mountain-like pressure. A 2nd level Qi refining disciple from Chunyang Palace has been in the limelight for the past few days. I wonder how this female disciple will perform. Deliberately mystifying. When have you ever seen a 2nd layer Qi practitioner kill a 6th layer Qi practitioner? This isn't just a difference of 4 realms. When have you ever seen someone in the 2nd layer of Qi refining use a talisman treasure? This time, Chunyang Palace clearly wants to confuse the public and the public. If not for the fact that the Heaven Stairway can only be climbed by disciples in the Qi refining realm, maybe Chunyang Palace will also send 2 disciples in the Foundation Establishment realm. Ha ha ha. Among the many discussions, this voice was very unique and also the loudest. At the very least, the onlookers all heard it clearly. Originally, everyone was still shocked by Yang Qin killing Han Jinda. Now hearing this voice, everyone seemed to have a feeling of a sudden realization. So that was it. Han Jinda's head was cut off with one strike. If that saber was an ordinary saber, no one would believe it. It was definitely a top-notch talisman weapon, or even a talisman treasure. But to control a talisman treasure, it was something that could only be done with the cultivation of the 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioner. A 6th or even 7th layer Qi practitioner defeating a 6th layer Qi practitioner didn't seem to be worth bragging about. Yang Qin was in the 2nd layer Qi practitioner. This was said by Chunying Palace and also by Yang Qin. Naturally, others couldn't verify whether it was true or false, unless Yang Qin was willing to let these people's spiritual power enter his body and do whatever he wanted. Of course, Yang Qin couldn't do this, and others certainly wouldn't be so bored as to verify Yang Qin's cultivation in this way. The guy who spoke used this point to arouse everyone's suspicion. Suddenly, in addition to most people staring at Yang Chen with unkind eyes, even the way they looked at Gong Sunling was a little strange. If Chunyang Palace only relied on this kind of confusing means to gain fame, it was really too despicable. Everyone seemed to think that they had discovered the truth. In their hearts, they were also very looking forward to Chunyang Palace not getting any good results on the Heaven Stairway this time. Seeing that Gong Sunling had already walked 10 steps on the Heaven Stairway, nosy people had already begun to talk about how many steps Gong Sunling could take before she would be pushed down by the Heaven Stairway. On the Heaven Stairway, Gong Sunling's pace was neither fast nor slow. It was very stable. So far, there was no sign of panic. Under the expectant eyes of a group of people, she walked another 10 steps calmly and steadily, and there was still no sign of instability. This Taoist brother Gongsun is an array cultivator. Someone seemed to have noticed some inside information and shouted loudly. The people who heard the voice were immediately disdainful. They clearly knew that the Heaven Stairway was an illusory array, but they still sent an array cultivator in. This Taoist brother Gongsun was not famous before. It could be said that he was simply studying illusory arrays. If he could get a good ranking in this way, Chunyang Palace would do anything for fame this year. It was a pity that Gong Sunling was such a delicate beauty. Perhaps she could become a rising star of a sect, and she also had a certain strength. It was just that under the arrangement of Chunyang Palace, she fell into the name of falsification. What a pity! Many people looked at Gong Sunling's elegant body and already charming face, and they all issued such a sigh in their hearts. No matter what everyone thought, Gong Sunling still calmly stepped on the 30th step of the Heaven Stairway. At this step, even those who despised Gong Sunling for being an array cultivator could not help but admire her. Those who could reach the 30th step of the Heaven Stairway were definitely geniuses. An array cultivator was also a cultivator, and there was no rule that an array cultivator could not climb the Heaven Stairway. At this point, Gong Sunling's footsteps were still stable, but the speed had slowed down. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. When she stepped on the 35th step of the Heaven Stairway, Gong Sunling had already tied the record of the female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island today. But this was not the end. Gong Sunling still firmly stepped up, but the expression on her face became very serious, as if she was facing a powerful enemy. On her snow-white, jade-like skin, there were crystal beads of sweat. 40, 45, 50, the onlookers had already thrown away the contempt in the beginning. To be able to reach the 50th step of the Heaven Stairway, she was definitely a genius among geniuses. Chunyang Palace had picked up a treasure this time. It was not until the 53rd step of the Heaven Stairway that Gong Sunling's figure began to shake. Every step she took forward seemed to be resisting tremendous pressure. Such a beautiful and weak woman, but she showed a will that did not lose to any man present. Gong Suanling's performance has been recognized by everyone. 58, 59, 60, 61. Under the nervous gaze of countless people and even secretly counting in their hearts, Gong Sunling finally could not hold on any longer. After stepping on the 62nd step of the heaven stairway, her figure shook violently, and then she disappeared and appeared at the foot of the mountain. Boom! The scene was like a huge bomb detonated, and it suddenly boiled up. Chapter 83. Since the discovery of the heaven stairway, the record on the heaven stairway was set by Fairyshire of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now, an unknown female disciple of the Chunyang Palace had actually climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway, catching up with Fairyshire in the past. Although it was slightly worse than Fairyshire's, it was still a shocking record. This was definitely the strongest record on the heaven stairway this year, and the onlookers had witnessed the birth of such a powerful record. Compared with the record of the 62nd level of the heaven stairway, the previous female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island's 35th level of the heaven stairway was simply a joke. No one said anything strange like a ray cultivator anymore. Even if it was a ray cultivator, Gong Sunling had really climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway in front of everyone's eyes. Even if it was a guy who was not convinced, in the face of such a situation, in addition to shock, it seemed that there was only admiration left. As for other words of cheating, they could not say anything at all, especially the 10 Jedon stage masters who presided over the heaven stairway. In addition to Su Qingxin, the other 9 Jedon stage masters all knew that when Gong Sunling climbed the heaven stairway, they had a tacit understanding and deliberately put a lot of pressure on Gong Sunling. It must be known that this was a few Jedon stage masters teaming up to bully a disciple in the Qi refining stage. Under such circumstances, Gong Sunling was still able to climb to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway. Under real circumstances, she was afraid that she was no worse than Shi Shanshan. Su Qingxin was so happy that he was about to explode. This time, Chunyang Palace's floating mountain gathering was simply outstanding. There was no sect more glorious than Chunyang Palace. Not to mention that Yang Qin cut off the head of Han Jinda from the Tianquan sect with the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage. Just the fact that Gong Sunling had climbed to the 62nd level of the heaven stairway was enough to let everyone know that Chunyang Palace had a genius disciple who was chasing after Fairyshire of the Green Jade Immortal Island. In the past, because their disciples were not good enough, they were ridiculed by fellow Taoists from other sects. But from now on, there would be no more. When he thought of this, Su Qingxin felt as if he had eaten an iced watermelon during the hottest days of summer. He felt refreshed from the inside out. Who would dare to boast in front of him in the future? In addition to the Green Jade Immortal Island, even those insufferably arrogant guys in Taishimen, in the face of Gong Suanling's achievements, they couldn't say half a word. Gong Sunling, a disciple, was enough to make the entire Chunyang Palace proud. Thinking of this, when Su Qingxin looked at the other 9 Jedon stage masters in other directions, the angle of his eyes seemed to be adjusted a little. Although he didn't dare to say that he was looking at people with his chin, it was almost like his nostrils were facing these guys. Because of the shock caused by Gong Sunling, the 10 Jedon stage masters all stopped. Su Qingxin looked at the other 9 proudly, and the pride on his face was undisguised. In the face of Gong Suanling's record, the other 9 Jedon stage masters also acquiesced to Su Qingxin's pride. Although they were unhappy in their hearts, there was no way around it. Who told them to not have such an outstanding disciple in their sect? Gong Sunling was pushed out of the heaven ladder and appeared at the foot of the mountain. It may be because she had spent a lot of effort on the heaven ladder. Just as she wanted to take a step, her feet were soft and her body fell forward involuntarily. Yang Qin, who had been watching all this, took a step forward and reached out to support Gong Suanling's soft body. Although he reached out and touched Gong Suanling's waist, it was soft and smooth. Yang Chen's heart couldn't help but sway. Gong Sunling, who was supported by Yang Chen, blushed. She was about to push him away, but she noticed that the place where she was supported by Yang Chen was slowly passing an earth attribute, spiritual power. In a flash, this spiritual power rushed into most of Gong Sunling's body and replenished some of Gong Sunling's almost exhausted spiritual power. With the help of this spiritual power, Gong Sunling stood up straight and smiled at Yang Chen again. "Junior brother Yang, thank you!" Others thought that Gong Sunling was thanking Yang Chen for helping her, but Gong Sunling herself was very clear that this was what Yang Chen said before she climbed the heaven ladder. If it weren't for those words, maybe Gong Sunling wouldn't have been able to hold on at the 50th level of heaven stage. It was entirely because of Yang Chen's reminder that she was able to set foot on the 62nd level of heaven stage. Everything that happened on the heaven ladder was still fresh in Gong Sunling's memory, especially the last few steps, which simply exhausted her whole body's energy. However, it also benefited Gong Sunling a lot. The illusion attacks that followed, as Yang Chen said, were completely aimed at her character weaknesses and were impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Yang Chen's reminder, Gong Sunling wouldn't even know how to deal with it. People who went down the heaven ladder would usually go into seclusion and have an epiphany at the first moment to understand what they had realized on the heaven ladder. But Gong Sunling didn't do this. Instead, after a short rest, she sat quietly on the side. She wanted to know how many levels of heaven stage Yang Chen could climb on the heaven ladder. After a short period of surprise and discussion, the 10 Jedan stage masters once again entered the state. The heaven ladder once again emitted a faint light, indicating that the next person could set foot on the heaven ladder. After Gong Sunling, it was Yang Chen. Looking at the heaven ladder that was shining, Yang Chen didn't seem to be facing the heaven ladder, but an ordinary path. He lifted his feet and directly stepped on it without any decent preparation. He had just seen a peerless genius cautiously climbing the heaven ladder, and now he suddenly saw a sloppy guy. Even Su Qingxin, who was also from Chunyang Palace, was a little dissatisfied. Even if he didn't care about these things, he should at least do some superficial work, right? Such carelessness, compared with Gong Sunling, a genius disciple, was simply a disgrace to Chunyang Palace. The other 9 Jedan stage masters were even more dissatisfied. Just at this time, someone in the crowd seemed to say something to Yang Chen. "Sai, an executioner is indeed an executioner. It's hard for him to enter the Hall of Elegance." This sentence seemed to arouse a trace of resonance in the hearts of the crowd. Needless to say, the 9 Jedan stage masters once again made a tacit decision. Since Yang Chen didn't take it seriously, then they must teach him an unforgettable lesson. He was an executioner, then they must let him suffer a huge setback in his identity as an executioner. An executioner killing without mercy. The external affairs hall master of the Tianquan sect was the one with the strongest hatred. Han Jinda died in the hands of Yang Chen. No matter how unethical Han Jinda was, he was still a disciple of the Tianquan sect. Being killed by Yang Chen was a disgrace to the Tianquan sect. Thinking of this, the hall master also made a decision. Let's see how many you can kill. Chapter 84. The 10 Golden Core Grandmasters who were in charge of the Heaven Stairway could add their own imaginations to the illusion of the Heaven Stairway. This was the unique feature of the Heaven Stairway formation, and also the power of the Winxin Road. The most amazing thing was that the 10 Golden Core Grandmasters who were in charge of the Heaven Stairway could communicate freely and coordinate with each other through their divine senses. When Gong Sunling ascended the Heaven Stairway, other than Su Qingxin, the others used this trick to create obstacles for Gong Sunling. Now that Yang Chen was on the Heaven Stairway, everyone used the same trick, except for the Tianquan sect's external affairs hall master. As soon as he set foot on the Heaven Stairway, Yang Chen felt like he was in the execution ground. In front of him were 10 prisoners who were already tied up and waiting to be executed. He had already restored his red hair tied up, his upper body bare, and he was holding a demon-headed executioner's saber in his hand. However, The demon-headed saber in his hand looked like the murderous saber from the Immortal beheading stage, which was also the sword box in Yang Chen's merit ring. The illusion was born from the heart. Everything was based on the knowledge in Yang Chen's mind, which allowed him to borrow the power of the formation to form the illusion. Seeing this familiar scene, Yang Chen's face revealed a scornful smile. Using this to make things difficult for Yang Chen, wasn't that walking right into a trap? He waved the murderous saber in his hand, and in a moment, 10 heads fell to the ground. The scene in front of him changed slightly, and the 10 people quickly became 100. After the 100, it was another 1,000. No matter how many people came, to Yang Chen, it was just a matter of the number of times he waved his saber. There was no need for him to think. Every time he waved his saber, Yang Chen did not seem to have any hesitation. 1 slash for one person, and all of them were beheaded with 1 slash. After chopping off 1,000 heads, the prisoners in front of him finally had some changes. Originally, there were some burly prisoners, but this time there were women. There were all kinds of types. Some were coquettish, some were delicate and elegant, some were arrogant, and some were gentle. They were all different. Of the 10 women, some were crying out that they were wronged, some were weeping, some were affectionate, and some were glaring angrily. Yang Chen did not hesitate at all. He still used a knife one by one, and the result was these female criminals. Next, 100 women, 1,000 women, begging, tempting, cursing, subservient, all sorts of things appeared. The women's bodies grew more and more graceful, and their faces grew more and more beautiful. It was as if as long as Yang Chen wanted to, they could offer themselves to him at any time, as long as Yang Chen didn't wield his blade. No matter what kind of opponent he was facing, Yang Chen just slashed down with his saber without the slightest bit of pity. After the woman, the prisoners became white-haired old men. 10, 100, 1,000. In the illusion, Yang Chen spent a very long time to cut off that many heads, but in reality, everyone saw Yang Chen step by step on the heaven rank and was already at the 9th head. Does he really have a heart of stone? The head of the External Affairs Hall of the Migres sect thought to himself, not everyone could cut off thousands of heads without hesitation. But he didn't give up. Instead, his fighting spirit was aroused. I don't believe that you can cut off just anyone. In front of Yang Chen, 10 children appeared. There were boys and girls. Yang Chen didn't care about this at all. He brandished his saber mechanically. In the blink of an eye, 100 children, 1,000 children, were beheaded by Yang Chen one by one. Wow, wow, wow. This time, 10 babies appeared. Their small bodies were still wrapped in swaddling clothes, but they appeared on the execution ground. Wenqin path. Since I'm going to walk the path of an executioner, I won't care about the identity of any opponent. Yang Chen gave himself a firm answer in his heart. The saber in his hand slashed towards the 10 babies without hesitation. Then another 100 babies, 1,000 babies. After the babies, it was ferocious beasts, evil spirits, demons, and monsters. Facing these, Yang Chen didn't hesitate at all. No matter how seductive they were, or how ferocious they were, or how pitiful they were, or how pitiful they were, or how they were begging for mercy. Even the attacks of the demons and monsters were all useless in front of Yang Chen. All of this, Yang Chen seemed to turn a blind eye to it. In response to those, he just chopped down again and again. After beheading these demons and monsters, the people in front of Yang Chen were replaced by the people around him. Sun Haijing beheaded, Chu Heng beheaded, Han Jianda beheaded. The 4 servants, Shenda, Yuan Ting, Gu Kun, and He Lian, respectfully saluted Yang Chen. Yang Chen's response was still a slash. After beheading the 4 servants, Shanghai Feng and Steward Wang appeared one after another. Yang Chen also beheaded without hesitation. Su Qingxin beheaded, Sun Qingxua beheaded, Shi Shanshan beheaded, Du Qian beheaded, Zhu Qintao beheaded, Gong Sunling beheaded, parents beheaded, master beheaded. The people who appeared became more and more important in Yang Chen's mind. However, Yang Chen didn't care who they were. It was as if he was honing his mind in this illusion. Without hesitation, he beheaded them one by one without any ripples in his heart. All of these were in the illusion. Yang Chen didn't have any psychological burden. "Junior brother, you finally finished the sky stairway." Yang Chen waved his saber mechanically. Suddenly, the scene changed. He was already standing at the entrance of the sky stairway at the foot of the floating mountain. Next to him, the weak Gong Sunling had recovered a lot. She looked at Yang Chen with a smile. Her face was full of surprise and pride. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise in his ears. Shock, doubt, madness, all kinds of voices filled Yang Chen's ears. A disciple at the second level of Qi training had actually finished all the steps of the sky stairway. This was simply impossible. Su Qingxin's voice came from afar. In the midst of his laughter, he seemed to be showing off to everyone. "Ha ha ha ha. I, the outer sect disciple of Chunying Palace, have finished all the steps of the sky stairway. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Who dares to not be convinced?" His pride was overflowing in his words. After the initial doubt and shock, the onlookers no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, it was replaced with a complicated look of worship, jealousy, and unwillingness to be convinced. The more it was like this, the more Yang Chen felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Convincing the enemy was even more satisfying than making his own people happy. "Fellow Taoist Yang, I always thought that you were a master at the 7th level of Qi training, pretending to be at the 2nd level of Qi training. It seems that I was wrong. I hereby apologize to fellow Taoist Yang. Please forgive me." The guy who previously questioned Yang Chen's big mouth also jumped out and admitted defeat to Yang Chen. "Fellow Taoist Yang's will is firm. I admire it. Unfortunately, no matter how well you put it, it's just an illusion." Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. A murderous saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed at the guy who spoke. Then he suddenly turned around and slashed at Gong Sunling's neck. Chapter 85. With 2 slashes, 2 heads flew up. Blood splashed everywhere, and the people around were in chaos. "Evil creature, what are you doing?" "Killing your fellow disciples, deceiving your master, and destroying your ancestors." Countless scoldings came one after another. There were a few impatient people who had even sacrificed their talisman treasures. They were only waiting for the order of the masters in the Jedon stage, who presided over the heaven ladder. They would rush up and tear Yang Chen's body into pieces. "Humph!" Yang Chen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "No matter how real your illusion is, in my eyes it is still an illusion. Break for me." Swish! Everything disappeared, and in front of Yang Chen there was only an endless stairway leading to the sky, and the end could not be seen. On each step there was a person standing, looking at Yang Chen coldly. "Killing the innocent, you will die without a burial place in the future." Stepping on the first step, standing on the step, was a disciple that Yang Chen saw in Yeshio Villa of Chunying Palace, who opened his mouth and said to Yang Chen, "Crack." When he finished speaking, Yang Chen stretched out his hand and slashed, and then directly stepped on the second step. "Killing without thinking, be careful of karma." On the second step, it was also a disciple of Yeshio Villa. What he said was also that killing was wrong. Yang Chen's way of dealing with it was very simple. No matter who the other party was, he just needed to stretch out his hand and slash, and then directly step on the next step. Everyone was saying the same thing. 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. Yang Chen didn't even know how many people he had killed and how many words he had heard. The disciples of Chunyang Palace that Yang Chen knew had long been killed, and now everyone who appeared would even report their identity. The disciples of Taishimin, Qinquan Sect, 5 Elements Sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud Sect, Tianquan Sect, and countless sects were all killed by Yang Chen one by one. Apart from these people, there were also the prisoners that Yang Chen had just killed, the old, the weak, the sick, and the infants. Their words had been repeated in Yang Chen's ears at least 1,000 times, and every time Yang Chen heard it, he would ask himself what was in his heart. Sometimes, even you would believe it yourself. Not to mention that Yang Chen didn't know any of the people here. Everyone said the same thing, which was to deny Yang Chen's actions. The Heaven Stairway was also known as the Path of Questioning Heart, and it lived up to its name. Almost all of these people's words were targeted at Yang Chen's identity as an executioner. In addition to the people he killed later, everyone's purpose was to make Yang Chen waver in the hearts of the people he had killed before. Yang Chen knew that as long as he was persuaded by anyone, even if his heart wavered a little, his Tao foundation would immediately become unstable, and he would be pushed out of the Heaven Stairway. If it was anyone else, after killing so many people, there would be times when they would be soft-hearted. Even if their hands were not soft, there would be some soft-hearted. However, these had no effect on Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen just mechanically repeated the action of waving the knife, step by step going up and down the stairs. The people who appeared were getting more and more important. The disciples of the foundation stage, the masters of the Jedon stage. These disciples with high cultivation bases were no longer using words to disturb Yang Chen's mind, and even added their own majestic aura to oppress Yang Chen and make Yang Chen yield. Unfortunately, no matter what means these people used, Yang Chen was always unmoved. However, before Yang Chen waved the knife, he would always ask himself if the people he had killed and the people he was going to kill would he regret it in the future. In a short moment, every time Yang Chen gave the result, he would never regret it. Originally, in the Immortal Executioner's platform, the will and the fierce knife had already entered the body of Yang Chen. Until Yang Chen left the Immortal Executioner's platform, the fierce will did not disappear from Yang Chen's body, but dormant. Perhaps it was because he had killed too many immortals. In the face of mortals, he could not bring up the killing intent. But now thousands of people were asking the same question, and it finally aroused the killing intent. In the process of Yang Chen constantly questioning his heart, and in the process of waving the knife without hesitation, this killing intent began to rise slowly. In the past, Yang Chen killed people. He never thought about whether killing was right or not, or whether killing was good or not. But now, every step, Yang Chen had to consider such questions. And every time Yang Chen got the answer, it was a sharpening of his heart. There was no regret. It was the original heart. When one's faith became more and more firm, no matter what one did, it would be indomitable. Because of this heart without regret, the killing intent of the Immortal Executioner's platform finally merged with Yang Chen's heart bit by bit. The process of interrogating Yang Chen's heart also seemed to accelerate the process of this integration. Every time he asked his heart, it seemed to integrate a little. After tens of thousands of people, Yang Chen had almost integrated the killing intent by half. The faces of the 10 Jedon stage masters who presided over the battle had become more and more serious. Originally, they thought that they could easily suppress a little guy in the second layer of chi refining, but the current situation looked very bad. Yang Chen had set foot on the 50th level of Heaven stage, and there was still no sign of stopping. This kind of inner interrogation that the several Jedon stage masters designed for Yang Chen had begun to have an impact on themselves. The imposing manner of the Jedon stage masters not only did not suppress Yang Chen, but on the contrary, there was a fierce, killing intent on Yang Chen's body. Even these Jedon stage masters, when they first came into contact with this will, could not help but tremble all over. Even if it was a peerless demon, a few of them had never been so afraid from the bottom of their hearts. However, a junior in the second layer of chi, refining, now made them feel this way. It was just that now they were presiding over the battle and could not leave easily. Among the 10 Jedon stage masters, at least 9 of them were bitterly enduring the terrifying, imposing manner from Yang Chen's body. They could not stop even if they wanted to. It was unknown how many masters were cursing the head of the external affairs hall of the Tianquan sect in their hearts. Whether it was to avenge his sex Han Jinda, or to vent his anger. He insisted on dragging everyone to make an issue of Yang Chen's identity as an executioner. In the end, it was hard to get off the tiger. Yang Chen's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. They did not even know how sharp the killing intent in Yang Chen's heart would be after experiencing the Heaven Stairway Inquisition. But now no one cared about this. What they cared about was how long Yang Chen could hold on. They could not hold on any longer. The audience outside were all dumbfounded. Gong Sunling could ascend to the 62nd level of Heaven Stage. That was a genius. But now, a disciple in the second layer of Qi refining from the Chunyang Palace had actually ascended to the 50th level of Heaven Stage. What was this? This year's Chunyang Palace Genius Explosion? Chapter 86. The Jiran Stage Master of the Tianquan sect was also complaining in his heart. How could he know that on a whim? Because of Gong Sunling's brilliance, the imbalance in his heart caused by Yang Chen's killing of Han Jinda suddenly broke out in his heart. He wanted to use Yang Chen's identity as an executioner to do something, to destroy Yang Chen's Tao foundation. But now it has evolved into this, using murder as a crime to incessantly interrogate Yang Chen's heart. The Tianquan sect Grandmaster's heart could not be said to be not vicious. Once Yang Chen was shaken by the fact that he had killed someone, then it would not be as simple as being pushed out of the Heaven Stairway. Countless interrogations were enough to plant a thorn in Yang Chen's heart. Whenever Yang Chen wanted to improve his cultivation, because of the wavering of his faith, it would evolve into a huge demon in his heart. At that time, needless to say, the improvement of his cultivation, being able to keep his life from being haunted by the demon in his heart, would already be the best outcome. The illusion was born from the heart, and others would not know what Yang Chen had experienced in the illusion. And these golden core grandmasters who were in charge of the formation only provided some targeted imaginary attacks based on the weaknesses of the people who were initially affected by the Heaven Stairway. Because of the previous adaptation process, even if they failed, the normal people who took the test would only benefit a lot, and they would also know where their weaknesses were. And Yang Chen had been schemed against by the Golden Core Grandmasters from the beginning, so he was not given such a chance to adapt at all. They directly interrogated him about his identity as the executioner. But now, not only did they not let Yang Chen back out, but they also dragged everyone down, unable to stop. All the spiritual energy in their bodies had been completely absorbed by the Heaven Stairway's formation. As a last resort, these grandmasters had already begun to swallow elixirs to maintain the formation's operation. Even at this stage, no one dared to let go. Once they defended, the formation would backfire, and the result would be even more terrifying than exhausting their spiritual energy. I don't believe that nascent soul and Mahayana experts cannot suppress him. A grandmaster cried out in his mind. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence was spat out, which merged into the formation of the stairway to heaven. Hong, the expert that appeared in front of Yang Chen, already had an incomparable might. Under the enormous pressure, Yang Chen even felt as though he was about to be pressed to the ground. However, the surging killing intent in his chest and his unyielding will made him choose to face these experts head-on. Every step was incomparably difficult. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Chen's footsteps had slowed down. It was extremely difficult, as if he was about to fail. 57, 58, 59. Seeing that Yang Chen was about to cross the 60th level of the heaven rank, the spectators were completely speechless. The two disciples of the Pure Yang Palace were simply two monstrous geniuses. One was in the 6th layer of Qi refining, and the other was only in the 2nd layer of Qi refining. The others didn't know how to describe it anymore. However, Yang Chen's footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to move forward with determination. Although he was slow, he never stopped. Kacha! As if he had crossed a space in one step, Yang Chen suddenly felt the pressure lightened. In front of Yang Chen, the characters in the spiritual world in Yang Chen's memory had already appeared. whether they were good to him or bad to him. Facing Yang Qin, they were just asking him the same question. And every time there were two of them, the original pressure did not increase qualitatively. Yang Qin understood that these Jedon stage masters had seen the masters of nascent soul and Mahayana stage and could barely simulate the momentum. But the masters who had ascended did not know what the situation was, so they could not simulate that kind of momentum and realm at all. On the contrary, it made Yang Qin feel that the pressure was reduced. The will of the immortal beheading platform was constantly merging with Yang Qin's body. It seemed that the stronger the people Yang Qin killed, the more it recognized Yang Qin and further integrated into Yang Qin's body. Yang Qin stepped on the heaven stage step by step, and the few Jedon stage masters outside were almost unable to hold on. Except for Su Qingxin, who was simply providing spiritual power for the operation of the formation. The others were getting more and more desperate. He dared to kill the seniors who ascended to the spiritual world. What else can stop him? Yang Qin had already reached the 80th level of the heaven stage, which no one had ever done before, and the hearts of the 9 Jedon stage masters were full of despair. Everyone had already contributed a mouthful of blood essence, and their spirits were about to collapse. If the illusion formation was broken, it meant that the person in charge of the formation would suffer a backlash. The Tianquan Sect's External Affairs Hall master gritted his teeth and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood essence on the core of the formation. His heart was filled with hatred. I don't believe that you dared to kill those from the spiritual world, and also the deities of the heavenly court. After a series of communication through divine sense, the other Jedon stage masters in charge of the formation also acted in unison. All of them spat out blood essence, and then began the final battle. The crowd, who was filled with joy, did not know that when Yang Qin saw the people from the heavenly court, even the last bit of pressure completely disappeared. Yang Qin had already died in his hands. Would he still face their interrogation and admit that it was wrong to kill them? Yang Qin's footsteps were almost the same as his initial speed. His footsteps were swift, and he stepped on the last 20 levels of the heaven stage as if he was flying. When Yang Qin stepped on the last level of the heaven stage, the whole floating mountain was in an uproar. Ever since the heaven stairway was discovered, no one had been able to completely climb the heaven stage. But now, the crowd saw a legend in front of them. Yang Qin, a disciple of the 2nd level of the Qi refinement realm in Chunying Palace, had actually walked all the way to the top. This was simply a miracle. Countless messaging amulets flew in the sky, and for a moment they almost covered the sky. The moment Yang Qin reached the top, the 10 Jedon stage masters in charge of the formation all spat out blood simultaneously. Su Qingxin could not hold on any longer, but to him, it was only a loss of spiritual energy. After 3 to 5 days of recuperation, he would recover quickly. But Su Qingxin was still ecstatic. A disciple of Chunying Palace had climbed the heaven stairway, and Chunying Palace had never been so proud before. However, the others were not so lucky. They had already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. This mouthful of blood had even shaken their internal organs. Even with miraculous elixirs, they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. It would already be lucky for them to be able to maintain their original realm after half a year. However, no one noticed what was happening here. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the shining figure at the top of the heaven stairway. Everyone was curious about what benefits there would be after reaching the top of the heaven stairway. At this moment, Yang Qin was trapped in the final integration process and could not move for the time being. But the heaven stairway under his feet began to frantically pour spiritual energy into his body, as if it was helping him. Chapter 87. The will of the Immortal Executioner's platform was almost 30% integrated with Yang Qin. However, before Yang Qin reached the top, there was some momentum. It seemed that the excitement brought by the killing in the later illusion was not enough to interest the fierce will. The process of integration, after Yang Qin reached the top, finally stopped slowly. Even so, Yang Chen, who was standing at the top of the heaven ladder, still exuded a fierce aura that made people tremble. Several of the closest Jedon stage masters, after being hit by this aura, the 9 Jedon stage masters, who were already seriously injured, fainted directly. Only Su Qingxin, although there was some fear in his heart, was still very happy. After all, Yang Chen was a disciple of Chunying Palace, and this was a feat that added glory to the sect. In Yang Chen's body, an extremely powerful spiritual power rushed into it. It was almost the only power that the Jedon stage masters who presided over the battle at the last moment spat out their blood essence. 10 spiritual powers in Yang Chen's meridians began to flow quickly, trying to promote the complete integration of the will of the Immortal Executioner's platform and Yang Chen. But this integration was interrupted, and the remaining spiritual power began to replenish crazily in Yang Chen's body. 10 Jedon stage masters. Even when they were almost exhausted, the last spiritual power released by the blood essence was stronger than the medicinal power of 10 profound yang fruits. And this was the pure spiritual power after being transformed by the heaven ladder. Even the effort of transforming the medicinal power was saved. The 5 elements secret art of yin-yang reversal ran wildly, and this huge spiritual power began to compress and purify to the extreme. Fortunately, the heaven ladder array had slowly stopped running after losing the person presiding over the array. Otherwise, Yang Chen could not bear such a huge spiritual power. The meridians expanded unprecedentedly. Fortunately, Yang Chen's body had been transformed by the essence of countless immortals and was extremely strong. Although he had reached the limit, he could still bear it. It was also Yang Chen's luck. The heaven ladder asked the heart, and the array found that the integration of Yang Chen and the will of the Immortal Executioner's platform required a lot of spiritual power, and the 10 Jedon stage masters were almost emptied. Now the integration was not completed. If there was a candidate to preside over the array, Yang Chen would definitely explode from the spiritual power. But now, as long as he could get through the initial stage of the sudden increase in pressure, there was nothing left to worry about. Finally, someone discovered the situation of the 10 Jedon stage masters. Under the great shock, the onlookers could no longer pay attention to other things. Seeing that Yang Chen began to have an epiphany directly at the top of the heaven ladder, someone immediately rushed to help the 10 Jedon stage masters out, and then rushed to feed the elixirs on their bodies. At this time, being able to form a good relationship with a Jedon stage master was much better than any elixirs. Gong Sunling raised her head and looked at the figure sitting at the top of the stairway. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly realized that she was not surprised. It was as if Yang Chen reaching the top of the stairway was a matter of course in her heart. She seemed to have a similar feeling when Yang Chen first met her, but he just didn't realize it at that time. The people from the Thousand Autumns Pavilion quickly settled Su Qingxin down, and Gong Sunling did not have to worry about being ambushed at this time. She simply sat where she was and began to comprehend the bits and pieces she had obtained from climbing the stairway to heaven. Soon, she entered a state of epiphany. Yang Chen, who was at the top of the stairway, did not have to worry about anyone approaching him to harm him. Not to mention the fact that there were so many people staring at him. Just the aura that emanated from his body made people's souls tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Not many people dared to get within 1,000 feet of him. Some people who did not believe it wanted to launch a talisman treasure. The original intention was to explore the breath of Yang Chen. However, when the talisman treasure was just close to a circle of 100 feet, the talisman treasure began to tremble wildly, as if it was about to break away from the control of its owner. The owner of the talisman treasure was so scared that he hurriedly took back the talisman treasure. Just for a while, the talisman treasure seemed to have dropped by half a level, which directly made the owner of the talisman treasure feel distressed. With this example, naturally no one had any other thoughts. Everyone could only look at Yang Chen with an extremely envious gaze and sigh at the good luck of Chunying Palace. 2 disciples, one reached the 62nd step, and the other directly reached the top. Could it be that from now on, Chunyang Palace would prosper? The 5 elements inverse yin-yang secret art seemed to be operating automatically, but in Yang Chen's mind, it seemed to be unprecedentedly relaxed and resolute. If the various opportunities that made him become the executioner of the heavenly court were said to be taking advantage of the situation, now Yang Chen had completely recognized what he had done before. The heaven stairway Wenqin Road made Yang Chen's mind more determined, and he had a greater sense of direction. Having integrated the will of the immortal beheading platform, he also knew what kind of path he should choose in the future. When he was reborn, Yang Chen just chose to no longer be the kind Yang Chen before. Now, Yang Chen wanted to be the Yang Chen who killed his way out of countless difficulties and dangers. The spiritual power that came from the heaven stairway was gentle and continuous, allowing Yang Chen to refine these 10 huge spiritual powers relatively easily. When Yang Chen devoted himself to the process of refining the spiritual power, the efficiency of the 5 elements inverse yin-yang secret art also increased greatly, and the speed of absorbing spiritual power was a bit faster. The fierce will of the immortal beheading platform fully reflected its strength at this moment. The spiritual power that entered Yang Chen's body was directly restrained by this will, and it did not dare to rush around at all. It also allowed Yang Chen to compress and refine the spiritual power step by step. No one knew what Yang Chen was doing. Seeing that Yang Chen had been meditating, they all thought that he was in an epiphany. The heaven stairway exuded a burst of 5-colored light. It seemed that there was no Jiran stage master, but it was still running. No one knew what happened, but they also knew that they could not move easily. Countless news had been informed to the major sections. The disciples of the various sects who had already walked the heaven stairway at the foot of the heaven stairway had begun to wake up. Only Yang Chen was still motionless on it. For a few days, this situation had been maintained. The sects near the floating mountain had already sent a few masters, and the injured Jidan stage masters had also woken up and began to heal. Yang Chen finally woke up from the state of meditation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that his whole body was indescribably comfortable. In the meridians of his whole body, a stream of overflowing spiritual power kept flowing. This feeling was extremely comfortable. After a careful exploration, Yang Chen was shocked by his own changes on the spot. Chapter 88. The spirit power of the 5 elements, which has been compressed and refined in the body, has broken through the standard of the 3rd layer of the qi refining. In other words, unconsciously, Yang Chen broke through the realm of the 2nd layer of the qi refining after climbing the heaven ladder and entered the 3rd layer of the qi refining. Before, from the 1st layer of the qi refining to the 2nd layer of the qi refining, Yang Chen spent almost a year. He first spent 8 months memorizing the entire scriptures pavilion, and then spent more than 3 months of hard work. Finally, after leaving for the underground spiritual vein of the predecessor, he broke through the 2nd layer of the qi refining when he collected the sword case. From that breakthrough to the present, it has only been less than half a year. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen has been leisurely and step-by-step cultivation, without deliberately improving his strength. Unexpectedly, with the help of the heaven ladder, he broke through the realm of the 3rd layer of the qi refining in one fell swoop. This was not the kind of spiritual power that entered the 3rd layer because of the total amount of the spiritual power, but the spiritual power after the high compression and condensation of the yin-yang 5 elements. At the same time, it was not a spiritual power of one attribute, but the 5 elements, yin and yang, definitely beyond the ordinary 3rd layer of the qi refining. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that because of the integration of the immortal beheading stage, his body seemed to have begun to show a real killing intent. But because of the illumination of the 5-color light of the heaven ladder, others were not very clear. Moreover, this killing intent was extremely condensed. It only appeared within a radius of 100 feet around Yang Chen's body, far away from this area. Others could only feel fear, but there was no kind of soul trembling in the face of the god of slaughter. This kind of killing intent was the best tonic for the three purities' secret art. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen opened his eyes and noticed his state. He immediately closed his eyes and began the second layer of the three purities' secret art. The killing intent all around the body was slowly absorbed. This time, it was the killing intent that the immortal beheading stage had accumulated for many years. It had been condensed for thousands of years. Perhaps the immortal killed was not as powerful as Yang Chen's, but it was also extraordinary. Under the crazy absorption of the three purities' secret art, it still took a day and a night to transform it into spiritual awareness. With the help of this killing intent, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness directly rushed to the level of peak foundation establishment. Yang Chen's divine sense spread out completely, directly covering a radius of several hundred feet. Every movement in the surroundings seemed to be under Yang Chen's surveillance. It took Yang Chen 7 to 8 days to comprehend at the top of the stairway to heaven. Except for a few people from Qianqiu Pavilion, from Chunying Palace, and Gong Sunling, no one else was watching. Yang Chen's awakening did not attract much attention. However, the fact that someone had successfully climbed to the top of the stairway had already caused an uproar in the entire cultivation world. Back then, when Shi Shanshan ascended to the 63rd level of the heaven stage, it had already caused an earthquake. Later on, the strength of Shi Shanshan's cultivation was obvious to all, and she had already won the good name of Fairy Shi in the cultivation world. Along with it, the ranking of the Green Jade Immortal Island among the sects in the entire cultivation world has also advanced. Now, that Chunying Palace had 2 genius disciples. One was Gong Sunling, who had ascended to the 62nd level of the heaven stage, and the other was Yang Qin, who had directly climbed to the top of the heaven stairway. No one could tell what kind of changes this would cause. The only thing that was certain was that Yang Chen and Gong Sunling would definitely be famous in the world, and they must be cultivation geniuses. Chunying Palace may shine because of these 2 disciples. Gong Sunling and Shi Shanshan were only 1 level away from each other. In addition, she was beautiful and outstanding. As long as she did not make any big mistakes, it could be imagined that in the near future, the reputation of Fairy Gong Sunling would be known in the cultivation world. As for Yang Chen, no one dared to judge. It was not that everyone was not optimistic about Yang Chen's cultivation potential, but they were not sure how good Yang Chen's future would be. In principle, Yang Chen's 5-element spirit root was very ordinary, but his determination was rare in the world. This has been recognized by everyone on the heaven stairway. However, a disciple with a firm mind but ordinary aptitude, after all, was not as good as Shi Shanshan and Gong Sunling, who had excellent aptitude and a goodwill. Speaking of the cultivation world, there were really many people who were dedicated to cultivation, but there were only a few who stood out. Cultivation, after all, still had an advantage in aptitude. Su Qingxin had almost recovered in the past few days. The spiritual power that he had consumed in his estimation could be restored to its original state in a month at most. These few days were also the days that Su Qingxin was most proud of. Usually, it was the other sects who sent a few disciples who had ascended to the 30s, 40s, or 50s to show off in front of Su Qingxin. This time, it was finally Su Qingxin's turn to stand out. It was a pity that the other 9 Jedon stage masters who presided over the battle with him were still healing. Their injuries were more than 10 times worse than Su Qingxin's. Even their cultivation level had dropped by 1 level. Originally, they were at Golden Core level 5, but now they had dropped to level 4. Although it was just a small level, it was not something that could be recovered in 10 days or half a month. At the Golden Core level, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to improve. The loss was so great that it was too late for these people to regret. If they had known earlier, they would not have followed that guy from the Tianquan sect to make things difficult for Yang Chen. How could a disciple of Qi training level 2 threaten them? They directly attacked Yang Chen's identity as an executioner, but they did not expect that it was not his weakness at all. On the contrary, it helped Yang Chen's reputation of reaching the top of the stairway to heaven. If they had known earlier, they might have followed the prescribed order and waited for Yang Chen to ascend a few levels before attacking his weakness. Maybe Yang Chen would not be able to reach the top at all. However, it was useless to regret now. They could only accept this fact. They suddenly dropped a level and were seriously injured, but they did not have to watch Su Qingxin swagger in front of them. They did not have to be angry. Perhaps this was a little compensation from God. The few Golden Core Grandmasters did not dare to say much, but it did not mean that others would not. Reaching the top of the stairway to heaven was such a glory. How could it be given to a disciple of Qi training level 2 with mediocre aptitude? Moreover, before this guy started cultivating, he was an executioner who killed countless people. His hands were stained with blood. Why did Su Qingxin from Chunying Palace only lose his spiritual power, but the other 9 Golden Core Grandmasters' cultivation levels dropped? There were many people who were not convinced. Finally, after the experts from the surrounding sects arrived, someone raised an objection. Su Qingxin did not know why. He was only obediently controlling the situation. The other 9 Golden Core Grandmasters were too embarrassed to say what they were thinking. 9 Golden Core Grandmasters suppressing a Qi training level 2. If they said it out loud, it would not be suppressing Yang Chen. It would be adding glory to Yang Chen's face. Yang Chen from Chunying Palace must be cheating. Someone raised a question, and immediately someone raised a bigger question. Cheng Wenkai, a Jedon stage master of the greatest heaven sect, after listening to the words of the younger generation of his sect, immediately came to a conclusion. This kind of person should be killed. Chapter 89. At any time, there was no shortage of jealous people, even in the cultivation world. After the Jindan stage master of Teichman arrived, he raised this objection, and naturally there were many responses. No one was willing to give the honor of climbing the heaven stairway to the top to a second-rate sex, disciple of Qi, refining realm. Moreover, among the 10 Jindan stage masters who presided over the battle, except for Su Qingxin of Chunying Palace, the others were all seriously injured and their realms had fallen. It would be strange if people did not doubt it. What? Cheating? Cheng Wenkai, show me how you cheat. Su Qingxin had been the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall for many years. Although he was tactful, he was not a timid person. When he heard that someone did not intend to admit that Yang Chen climbed the heaven stairway to the top, and even wanted to put Yang Chen to death, how could he be polite? Come on, you find 10 Jindan stage masters and send your Teishimen disciple up and show me how you cheat. Although the heaven stairway ceremony was not an important thing, Su Qingxin had presided over it for many years, and he was furious at the moment. He grabbed the new Jindan stage master of Teishimen, Cheng Wenkai, and immediately asked for an explanation. Are all of you mute? Whether my Chunying Palace disciple cheated or not, are you not clear? Do you dare to make a big heart oath and say that my Chunying Palace disciple cheated? After the clamor, Su Qingxin immediately rushed his anger to the 10 Jindan stage masters who presided over the battle with him. These Jindan stage masters felt guilty and naturally did not dare to face Su Qingxin's anger, let alone make a big heart oath. Avoiding Su Qingxin's angry eyes, the 9 Jindan stage masters were unspeakably embarrassed. Fellow Taoism Su, if you can let everyone know, how can it be called cheating? Cheng Wenkai just smiled slightly and immediately resolved the embarrassment of others, so that these guys whose realms had fallen also did not have to make a big heart oath. At most, according to Cheng Wenkai, they did not know how your Chunying Palace cheated, so they did not know whether Yang Chen cheated or not. Su Qingxin didn't expect Cheng Wenkai to say that. As soon as he spoke, everyone began to suspect that Chunying Palace was cheated by Su Qingxin and Yang Chen. No one could deny it. Even if they were forced to take out the truth, there was nothing they could do. They could just push it away, and they didn't know what method they would use. Indeed, Chunyang Palace was too weird this time. Among the disciples they sent, Gong Sunling was considered normal, a genius disciple at the 6th level of Lianqi realm. However, Yang Chen was merely a cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi training stage. He had probably just mastered the art of making talismans, yet he was able to kill Han Jianda, a cultivator at the 6th level of weapon refining stage. Furthermore, it was not normal for a Qi training stage 2 disciple to participate in the stairway to heaven. Humph! I, Yang Chen, the disciple of Chunyang Palace, killed too many people before entering the sect. My evil spirit is too strong, and I am not afraid of any illusion. Climbing the sky ladder is not a big deal. Since things had come to this, Su Qingxin had no choice but to give his own reason. If this is considered cheating, then I have nothing to say. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect this to be the reason, especially the 9 golden core masters. When they heard this, they almost vomited blood. They had worked so hard to plan for half a day, targeting the weaknesses and working hard for the identity of the executioner. But the other party didn't care at all. No wonder they were injured. Once the illusion formation was broken, the person in charge of the formation would definitely suffer from the backlash. They had used so much spiritual energy to plot against Yangchen, so the backlash would naturally be severe. Their cultivation level would drop, and in the end, they were the ones who attacked themselves. After the cause and effect, the 9 golden core masters were filled with regret, especially the 8 guys who worked together with the Tianquan sect. They regretted so much that their intestines turned green. They flirted with a person who wasn't afraid of the illusion for half a day and even attacked themselves. Their internal organs were seriously injured, and their cultivation level dropped. How could they explain this? This is just what you said, fellow Su. It's just one person's words. It's not trustworthy. Cheng Wenkai smiled again. I think if Chunyang Palace knows of any way to cheat in the heaven stairway, it's better to tell us so that we can discuss it together. Otherwise, such cheating will happen again in the future and become a laughingstock for no reason. Cheng Wenkai, are you determined to slander my disciple for cheating? Su Qingxin didn't like Cheng Wenkai, who always spoke slowly. He didn't even call him fellow Taoist and called him by his name a few times. Chunyang Palace is considered a righteous sect, but they have such an unfilial disciple. I hope fellow Su won't cover up for him. Cheng Wenkai still had a smile on his face, but his mouth was accusing Yang Chen of cheating, and his words were full of sarcasm for Su Qingxin. So, Cheng Wenkai, you also suspect that I'm involved in cheating, right? Su Qingxin suppressed his anger and asked Cheng Wenkai angrily, whether you're cheating or not. Fellow Su, you know it in your heart. Cheng Wenkai smiled and replied, You. Su Qingxin was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Cheng Wenkai for a while and couldn't say anything. Finally, he put on a serious face. Okay, I, Su Qingxin, hereby swear by my inner demon that if I cheated in Yang Chen's heaven stairway, I'll be struck by tribulation thunder and die without a burial place. After making the great oath of heart, Su Qingxin stared at Cheng Wenkai and asked, Cheng Wenkai, what do you say? Let's see how it goes. Cheng Wenkai looked innocent. If you didn't, then you didn't. Why do you need to make a great oath of heart? I believe fellow Su didn't cheat. It's just that Yang Chen. Do you want him to make a great oath of heart as well? Su Qingxin asked with a sneer. He's a disciple at the 2nd level of Qi training. It's hard to say whether he can build his foundation or not. The great oath of heart is still too far for him. Cheng Wenkai didn't want to let Yang Chen go at all. Maybe he found some kind of cheating method. I've never seen anyone in this world who isn't afraid of illusions. All in all, he was insisting that Yang Chen cheated. Fellow Su, don't be fooled by his performance. If fellow Su can't make up his mind to clean up the sect, I can do it for you. As for cleaning up the sect, let's wait until the next time someone from Taishimen can reach the 50th level of heaven stage. Su Qingxin replied with a sneer. Everyone could tell that as long as a disciple from Taishimin reached the 50th level of heaven stage in the future, Su Qingxin would definitely jump out and say that he cheated. As for fellow Cheng, you suspect that my disciple from Chunying Palace, Yang Chen, cheated. Why don't fellow Cheng find 10 gold cores and let Yang Chen climb the heaven stairway again? Su Qingxin had confidence in Yang Chen and directly challenged him. He said, "At that time, I believe fellow Cheng will be convinced, right?" Chapter 90. At this point, Cheng Wenkai had to agree, even if he did not want to. Originally, he just wanted to expose Yang Chen's fraud, and then force Chunying Palace to take action to clean up the sect. Now that Su Qingxin had made the big Oath of the Heart Demon, it was not just his own business. Although Chunying Palace was a second-rate sect, it could not tolerate people slandering it. If there was any doubt, they had to show evidence. Without evidence, even the head of Taishimin could not slander Chunying Palace at will. If the head of Taishimin really came forward, maybe he could really kill Yang Chen. Unfortunately, a small heaven stairway gathering, a disciple at the second level of qi refining, wanted the head of Taishimin to come forward. Cheng Wenkai estimated that he had never dreamed of this. Cheng Wencai's weight was obviously not enough to make Chunying Palace, which had several nascent soul masters in charge, bow down. The only thing he could do now was to prove that Yang Chen cheated. Otherwise, he would have to bear the reputation of speaking without thinking. In addition to apologizing to Chunying Palace and Yang Chen, he was afraid that no one would take his words seriously in the future as a Jindan Grandmaster. A Jindan who argued with a disciple at the second level of qi refining. How many people could look up to him? Cheng Wenkai somewhat regretted that he had listened to Li Qingchen's words and concluded that Yang Chen cheated without saying anything. In addition, he also somewhat hated the 9 Jindan masters. They should have known whether there was any fraud or not, but they made an ambiguous gesture which made him make a wrong judgment. At this point, it was hard to get off. He could only bite the bullet and gather the Jindan to launch the heaven stairway array again. Su Qingxin went directly to Yang Chen. Yang Chen had just come down from the top of the heaven stairway and was discussing with Gong Sunling about the illusion that Gong Sunling encountered in the heaven stairway. When he heard Su Qingxin's words, he immediately laughed. "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Chen almost asked in surprise. He climbed the stairway to heaven. Not only did he become more determined, but he also broke through to the 3rd layer of qi training. Ascending the stairway to heaven again would mean that his spiritual power would increase greatly, and he might even be able to fuse with more of the Immortal slaying platform's will. If it wasn't for the fact that only one disciple was allowed to climb the stairway under the management of many sects, Yang Chen would have begged others to climb it a few more times. Now that a great opportunity had fallen directly onto Yang Chen's head, Yang Chen was naturally overjoyed. At this time, Su Qingxin seemed to notice the changes in Yang Chen's body. He exclaimed in surprise, "You have a breakthrough?" Then his face changed. "How can you have all 5 elements of spiritual power? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse?" Gong Sunling had also questioned this question before. However, at that time, she saw that Yang Chen had made progress, so she didn't think too much about it. At this moment, when Su Qingxin asked the same question, Gong Sunling also said with concern, "Junior brother Yang, you must not go astray." No matter what, their tone and demeanor, no matter what, they were concerned about Yang Chen. Yang Chen, of course, knew what was good for him, so he didn't hide it. He answered, "Su Qingxin, Grandmaster, disciple just wants to know what the other 5 elements of spiritual power are like. Focus on cultivating your fire spiritual power. What about the other spiritual power? What can you do?" Su Qingxin said with a look of exasperation. It wasn't easy to climb to the top of the stairway to heaven. With such talent, it would be a pity if it was ruined because of biting off more than he could chew. Yang Chen didn't answer, and directly spoke with the facts. He stretched out his hands, one hand high and one hand low in front of him. Then a red wave of water gushed down from the higher hand, like a waterfall, and fell to the lower hand. This waterfall was like a real waterfall that had been miniaturized 100 times. The turbid waves tumbled and rushed straight down. Even the splashes were not a drop. It was so real. But in the eyes of Su Qingxin and Gong Sunling, they directly froze in place, dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What fell in Yang Chen's hands was obviously water, but the color and temperature told them that the waterfall they saw was completely fire, controlling fire like water. This realm of playing with fire was simply unbelievable to Su Qingxin, let alone Gong Sunling. The expressions of the two people were almost the same. They didn't say a word for a long time. They stared at the tumbling waterfall in Yang Chen's hands, and then watched the waterfall turn into an orange-red desert. Huge sand dunes, small grains of sand moved with the wind. The desert was desolate, and even the heat of the fire itself gave them a real desert feeling. Then Yang Chen turned his hands over, and all the scenery disappeared without a trace. In the ears of the two people, Yang Chen's voice sounded, "Sorry, I can only do this now. I can't simulate the wood and metal attributes for the time being." With the great improvement of his spiritual awareness. In fact, Yang Chen could already simulate the metal and wood attributes, but Yang Chen hid it, not because he was afraid that the two people in front of him would harm him, but because he didn't want people to know too many of his secrets. Connecting the two scenes, controlling fire like water, controlling fire like earth, Su Qingxin was a knowledgeable person, and naturally saw the extent of Yang Chen's control of the fire. Su Qingxin finally began to praise. "No wonder Zhu Qintao also praised you to me, saying that your fire-controlling technique is unprecedented. I thought he was cultivating the younger generation, but I didn't expect that this guy was still modest." As for Gong Sunling, she was even more beautiful, and the surprise on her face couldn't be concealed. Looking at Yang Chen, her eyes seemed to have another taste. Now there was no need for Yang Chen to say more. The two people also knew what Yang Chen wanted to do by cultivating other spiritual powers. Su Qingxin just patted Yang Chen's shoulder with approval, and then encouraged. "It seems that the younger generation is really formidable. However, remember, other spiritual powers are only a reference. You must not invest too deeply and neglect the essentials. With your current ability to control fire, after you build the foundation, you will definitely be the first in controlling fire under the Yuanying stage. Do your best." "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your encouragement." Yang Chen bowed slightly and thanked him. This was a priceless advice. Although it was not suitable for him, he still had to thank him for this intention. "Yang Chen, do you have the confidence to go to the heavens ladder again?" Su Qingxin asked again to confirm. If Yang Chen was not sure, he would be in a difficult situation. "No problem." Yang Chen nodded very affirmatively. This kind of good thing, he couldn't wait to come a few more times. However, Yang Chen also knew that it was impossible, so he asked hesitantly, But what?" Su Qingxin interjected and asked, "Grandmaster, in the end the heavens ladder is an illusory array. If the illusory array is broken, it will definitely backfire on the person who presides over the array." Yang Chen asked with some worry, "If there is something wrong with the 10 Jiedan stage masters, I am afraid this disciple can't afford it." The backfire of the illusory array also depended on the power. The more powerful the illusory array, the more powerful the backfire. Yang Chen must say it in advance. Otherwise, when the time comes to pursue it, Yang Chen will be annoyed. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingxin was very happy with Yang Chen's words. "Well, I will go and ask them. Don't hurt them when the time comes, and they will come to us."